Okay, Dion, we ready?
Okay, so we are streaming, and now I'm going to go ahead and start the recording. Have a good meeting.
Okay, thanks for all the support. Okay, good morning, everyone. It is August 23rd, 2022, and this is a workshop or a work session for the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission on license distribution. And this is a public meeting. I don't believe, though, that we need to call roll or do some of the other kind of usual protocols. So, and Matt and others who are going to conduct this, I'm going to turn it over to you all to field questions and work with the commissioners who want to weigh in, if that's all right with you. I think less formal is probably better in this case, Jake, unless you feel differently that we need to do anything else. Okay. So Matt, I'll just turn it over to you and thank the team. I know that there's been a lot of work that's gone into this. It is a full day for us. We will take a couple of breaks and lunch and all that. Thank you so much for participating in this just as part of our education so that we can perform better as individual commissioners and certainly as a commission as a whole. So does that sound all right, Matt, for you all to sort of block and tackle all the questions and the discussion, and I'll not do that today?
Yes, we'll do our best.
Okay, great. I'll jump in if you need help, but otherwise I'll just participate like everyone else. Okay, great. Thanks so much. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, commissioners and everyone tuning in today. Welcome. I am Matt Eckert, the Terrestrial Programs Supervisor for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Today we have a virtual workshop to learn about big game license allocation, over-the-counter licensing, preference points, and how our draw system works. And we use the umbrella term of license distribution to include all of these topics. This is being live streamed for the public, but there is no public comment today, and it's being recorded so commissioners and members of the public can review these topics anytime in the future. Now I'll kick it off, and I want to just talk about why we are here. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, can everyone see my slides?
We can.
Okay. So pressure has been building to make, let me get over to my first slide. Pressure has been building to make some kind of change to license distribution over the last several years. We heard this loud and clear from resident hunters during the last big game season structure. And if you remember, that's when we excluded allocation and preference point issues, because we firmly believe these topics deserved a separate process. Now we are nearing the end of this separate process. We also had pressure applied from legislators last year with the consideration of Senate Bill 21-150, which was withdrawn, but the bill proposed a change to license allocation. If it did pass, it would have taken the decision on license allocation away from this commission via legislative change. This commission is the body that is best suited to make a decision on this topic. And although we are reaching the end of our process, this pressure may still be there if we make no change. We've also conducted a lot of stakeholder engagement, and changes to license distribution is of high importance to our stakeholders and sportsperson groups. Our customers, specifically resident hunters, expect us to make some form of change. Staff are here today to help everyone become more familiar with our current system of license distribution and to have interactive discussions on each topic with the commission to improve everyone's knowledge base. This is the three-phase timeline that CPW's Policy and Planning Supervisor, Katie Lanter, presented to the commission last year, and that we have been following. Despite our recent request for more time, we are in phase 3 and are certainly nearing the end of the process. That means this body, the commission, will soon be deciding whether or not to make a change to allocation and that is the proportion of licenses that will go to residents versus the proportion that will go to non-residents. Deciding whether to limit over-the-counter license distribution, whether to change how preference points are used by customers, and possibly even a more substantial change to our draw system. One thing I can guarantee you is that whatever change is made, you will likely make some customers happy and some unhappy, and it may be difficult to find a middle ground. The middle ground may be that both residents and non-residents gain something, but also lose something. This is today's agenda, and each topic will be covered by one of our subject matter experts. Danielle Eisenhart will cover the basics. Zach Crispin will cover allocation. Brandon Diamond will cover over-the-counter licenses. Garrett Watson will cover preference points. John Frano will cover the new approaches to our draw system. Sherry Hewer and Devin Adams will cover the financial analysis. If you're familiar with our draw system and license distribution, some of the lessons in the first half of the workshop may be basic for you. However, the second half of the workshop will not be basic, and there is definitely a progression of complexity throughout the day. I'll provide a little bit of background on how we got here today on this topic. In 2020, we started a process that centered on allocation to address that pressure that was building for change. We proposed potential changes to the commission that were simple and could be quickly implemented, but we did not have time to engage with the public. Consequently, the commission was not comfortable making a decision and directed staff to solicit more feedback on those potential changes. Although our focus started with the topic of allocation, we expanded to include a review of over-the-counter licensing preference points in our draw system because all of these topics are related to each other and changes made to one of them affect the others. We have been in front of the commission 4 times since 2020 to discuss the process and progress made to date. Also, staff have completed a lot of public involvement efforts over the past year, including comment forums, focus groups, a big game attitude survey, and many stakeholder meetings that put staff on the brink of forming preferred alternatives to the status quo and presenting them to the commission as an action item at a future commission meeting. Now let's move on to identifying the problems at hand that we're trying to address. There are 3 problem statements that I'll touch on today. The first one is allocation. And what we're really talking about here is resident opportunity. From the perspective of non-residents, there is no problem with our allocation. They would prefer no change. And that's because we provide great opportunity to non-residents to hunt every year in Colorado. From the perspective of resident hunters, the problem is that resident hunters would like to draw more licenses. Resident hunters have concerns that non-resident hunters are allocated licenses at a higher rate in Colorado and other Western states. But basically, residents just want a larger share of the licenses available. At the core of this problem statement is supply and demand. The commission sees this graph every May when CPW's big game manager, Andy Holland, presents our limited license recommendations. The blue line is the trend of applications for a deer license, in which that's demand. And the red line represents the trend of deer licenses in the quota, which is supply. We certainly have far more demand than supply, which has gotten worse over time. The same demand versus supply issue exists for elk, as well as pronghorn. Before we get into the details of these issues with the upcoming workshop presentations, the commission may want to consider, in terms of allocation, what is the goal for addressing this problem statement? And again, that problem statement is that resident hunters would like to draw more licenses, and they are concerned that non-residents are allocated licenses at a higher rate in Colorado than other Western states. Does the commission want Colorado's license allocation to look like other Western states? Or do you want Colorado to continue to provide the best hunting opportunity to non-residents in the West? If the commission believes a change is warranted, you'll need to consider how much of a change should be made. This must factor fairness to residents and non-residents, as well as consequences of a change, such as financial implications. CPW relies on revenue from license sales. So we've conducted a financial analysis to look at the response to some simulated changes, and we'll present those later in the day at the last presentation. There's also ancillary economic benefits to local communities. Commissioner Adams requested this information at a previous meeting, which is an important consideration. Unfortunately, staff do not have capacity or time to contract this out before what I believe is the commission's timeline for making a decision on license distribution. In addition, you may consider how changes will affect hunter planning and the predictability to draw. And lastly, how change affects the complexity of our system is a big consideration. I think we would all prefer to simplify our draw system, but from what staff have heard, hunters do not care how complex our system is if it means they have a better chance to draw more licenses. So my upshot is that change is challenging. Allocation was addressed by the commission in 2000, 2004, 2005, 2009, 2014. Multiple commissioners wrestled with this issue and small changes were made over time. Allocation has been one of the most difficult topics for the commission and staff. And with that said, let's move on to the second problem statement, which is on crowding. From the perspective of both residents and non-residents, hunters have concerns regarding increasing crowding in over-the-counter elk units. Many resident hunters in particular feel that crowding from non-resident hunters in over-the-counter archery elk units has become a major concern. Now, non-residents may feel crowded, but any change to over-the-counter would affect their opportunity to hunt every year in Colorado. So overall, they generally support the status quo. And crowding is primarily a social issue and varies based on individual perspectives of what it feels like to be crowded. But there are biological concerns too, and that crowding is affecting animal distribution and pushing big game to private land in early seasons, which can affect harvest management. This afternoon, Brandon Diamond will dive deeper into the advantages and disadvantages of OTC licensing and highlight more biological concerns. Right now, I'll jump to goals for the commission on this problem statement. Similar to allocation, the commission may want to consider what the goals are and whether a change would address the problem statement on crowding. If a change to over-the-counter license distribution is warranted, then you'll be in the position to decide what change. Would we be limiting archery only? Limit archery and rifle? How about limiting non-residents and keeping over-the-counter for residents? You'll be deciding what is fair to residents, non-residents, and in this case, landowners with the landowner preference program, and that will also be covered later by our speakers. And lastly, again, financial implications and other consequences as well. So let's move on to the next problem statement, the third one, which is for preference points. Problem statement for residents and non-residents is the same. The number of preference points it takes to draw a high point license keeps increasing. Consequently, predictability for when a hunter will draw a specific hunt is decreasing. This happens when demand far exceeds supply, and the number of preference points it takes to draw a hunt increases with competition. The same outcome can occur when there is a reduction in supply, such as a drop in license quota. Unfortunately, for some hunters, it takes a long time and sometimes decades to draw our high or a highest point hunts. This problem statement is real to hunters depending on what strategy they have chosen. Some hunters use points often to go hunting often, while others save up points for many years. Hunters who choose not to accumulate preference points are generally not affected by point creep. We'll talk about that term later. If they are saving their points for a once-in-a-lifetime experience, they are among a large number of people competing for a high point hunt. No matter what we do, we will likely have a competition problem because for high point hunts, demand far exceeds supply. This afternoon, Garrett Watson will dig deeper into preference points and point creep, a topic that gets a lot of attention. And he will explain how only a small proportion of our hunt codes and limited licenses are at the root of this problem statement. And just try to remember, this problem all depends on what strategy each hunter chooses to take for preference points and how they use them. What is the goal in this one? The commission will have to decide if a change is warranted to address this problem statement. One recommendation from staff is to identify the scope of the preference point problem from your perspective in the discussion today. The commission may also want to consider how important predictability is for drawing a license versus providing new hunters entering Colorado's draw system hope of drawing a high point hunt. If there is a decision to make a change to achieve your goals, the timing of change is an important consideration. At your last meeting, commissioners were thinking about whether to break up decisions into parts. That was mostly led by Commissioner Haskett. Should changes be made incrementally or all at once? There is logic in making small changes, assessing the response, and then returning to the decision process. But there's also logic in making larger changes, as this process can take years to reach a conclusion. We certainly want to reach a decision for license distribution before the next big game season structure starts, and that will be the second half of 2023. However, some changes, such as over-the-counter licensing, if we go down that road, may best fit in the implementation of the next season structure. When should changes be implemented depends on the change. Some changes can be implemented fairly quickly, and by that I mean months, while others would take substantial programming to our draw system, plus testing prior to implementation. And that could actually take years. Once the commission knows what changes you want to make, staff will work with you to plan out the regulations and the timeline for implementation. So that's the end of my presentation that I have for y'all. We can jump into the next one with Daniel Eisenhart. However, this is a time to open up some initial discussion. We have plenty of time. Any questions from the commissioners? Okay, I wasn't expecting any. This is a very broad overview and introduction to the workshop. So we'll now transition into Daniel Eisenhart's presentation on the basics.
Great, thank you, Matt. Good morning, commissioners and members of the public who are tuning in. Can you all see my slides? Okay.
We can.
All right. So my name is Danielle Eisenhart. I am the Licensed Reservation and Customer Operations Supervisor for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And as Matt mentioned in my part of the presentation today, I'm really going to focus on the high-level basics of our draw and license distribution system here in Colorado. All right. So one of the many regulatory tasks that the Commission is responsible for is for approving our quota, or the number of annual limited licenses that can be sold or issued by CPW for certain species. CPW issues limited licenses for our spring and fall turkey, as well as for our big game species. And during all of this presentation today, we're going to be focusing on big game only. Limited license numbers are approved by the Commission annually at specific times of the year. For example, Rocky Mountain Bighorn sheep, desert sheep, and mountain goat quotas are approved in January annually. Deer, elk, bear, pronghorn, and moose quotas are approved in May, and our turkey licenses quotas are approved in November. So as a starting point for this process, staff bring forward license setting recommendations for the Commission's consideration at each one of these meetings. However, the process for setting those recommendations has started several months and even years prior. The very initial step in forming annual limited license recommendations is actually in the formation of herd management plans. Big game populations are managed to achieve population and sex ratio objectives, which are established for data analysis units. A data analysis unit, or DAU, is the geographic area that represents a year-round range of a big game herd and includes all the seasonal ranges for that specific herd or population. Each DAU is usually composed of several game management units, or GMUs. So as an example, the map on this slide shows all of the deer DAUs in the state. The red borders show you the DAU boundaries, while the black borders show the GMU boundaries. We'll talk a little bit more about GMUs here in a bit. In preparing a herd management plan, agency personnel attempt to balance the biological capabilities of a herd with its habitat and the public's demand for wildlife recreation. These herd management plans are written by biologists with input from the public and stakeholders and are ultimately approved by the Commission. They incorporate lots of public involvement, including feedback from public meetings and input collected from surveys, including opt-in questions from our herd management surveys. Herd management plans can also be pretty lengthy documents, but the executive summary is a good place to focus. That shows the population and sex ratio objectives, or how many animals should exist in the DAU, and what the desired sex ratio of that population should be, or the number of males per 100 females. Achieving those objectives through harvest is the main goal of our biologists and field staff when they are modeling populations and setting annual limited license recommendations. Flight data, harvest information from the previous hunting season, survival rates, anecdotal observations, weather conditions, and social tolerance, such as game damage claims, are also factored in by biologists and managers when establishing these recommendations. So what the Commission sees when they're approving annual limited license quotas is a chapter full of hunt code tables that look a lot like this. But what does it all mean? Let's start with the hunt codes themselves. So Colorado is a big state. We have lots of hunters that want to come to Colorado to hunt big game. In order to help distribute hunters across the landscape to avoid crowding and to focus harvest on certain populations or in certain areas or at particular times of the year, CPW uses game management units, or GMUs, as a tool. As you recall, GMUs were the smaller black-bordered areas from our DAU maps. This map of the GMUs in Colorado shows those game management units, again, bordered in red this time. So while the DAU maps can vary by species, the GMU maps are mostly the same for all of our big game, with the exception of sheep and mountain goats, which have their own different species-specific GMUs. So the hunt codes incorporate these GMUs, but also other factors to help distribute hunters both geographically and seasonally. They also specify what species and method of take can be used to hunt with that license. So let's take DM014E1R hunt code as an example and break it down. The first character in this hunt code denotes the species that the license is valid for. So D in this example is for deer, E would be for elk, A for antelope, M for moose, B for bear, and so on. The second character designates the sex of the animal that can be harvested. So M for male in this example, F for female, or E for either sex. The next three numbers are the GMUs. And some of our hunt codes are valid in multiple units. And so for those hunts, the unit with the lowest number is denoted in the hunt code. The fourth group of characters tells you the season. These can get a little confusing, but there is a key in the brochure and in Chapter W0 to help you out. O1, for example, is a first season, while an L1 is a late season. A K character denotes a youth-only license, and W and J would denote a ranching for wildlife license. Another important one to keep in mind is a P, which means private land only. There are several others, but again, you can refer to the key in chapters W0 or in our big game brochure if you need help looking up those characters in the code. And lastly, the final remaining character tells you the method of take. A for archery, M for muzzleloader, R for rifle, or X for season choice. So let's practice a couple and see if the commission, do I have any volunteers from the commission to start with hunt code EF013L1R to tell us kind of what species, unit, method of take, and season this license would be for?
Duke, I can give a crack at the first one.
Thank you.
It'd be elk female, 13 is the area in the late first season with the rifle.
Perfect job, Commissioner Phillips. Thank you for volunteering. So yeah,
Thank
an
you.
elk female, GMU 13 late rifle season. Do I have one more volunteer for the next one? BE014P1R.
I can go ahead. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you, Commissioner Otero.
Okay, so bear, any sex, GMU 14, private, first season rifle.
Excellent job. So yeah, bear, either sex, GMU 14. This is a private land only hunt code for our rifle season for bear, which is the kind of early September season. So awesome job. I like to joke that hunt codes are kind of like ordering a drink at Starbucks. At first, it sounds like a lot of gibberish. A caramel venti macchiato, what? But if you're a frequent Starbucks customer like myself or a barista, like this really makes sense to you. And I think hunt codes are very similar in the same way. Once you practice and get to know kind of the format, it ends up making sense and you get the hang of reading and interpreting these hunt codes. Thank you to all the volunteers. All right, so then going back to our hunt code tables and the quota that the commission approves annually. So these hunt code tables will list all the 2,000 plus hunt codes by species and season that CPW has. And in each hunt code, the regulatory table will tell you what units that hunt code license is valid for, as well as the season dates and the quota or number of limited licenses we can sell for that particular license. Earlier in the year, the commission will vote to approve the season dates and the valid hunt codes for that year. Those are what make it into our big game brochures and our sheep and goat brochures, and that is what the public will actually use to apply online or by phone for one of our draws. Quota are also approved by the commission, but typically later in the year. And once those quota are approved, my team can actually run the live draws. So let's dive into the draws and talk about our main draw, which we call the primary limited license draw. So this is our first draw of the year. Applications for the primary draw open March 1st annually, and they closed in the first Tuesday in April. Then the results of that draw are posted in late April for sheep and goat, and in late May for all of our other big game species. This is our main draw for sheep, mountain goat, deer, elk, bear, and pronghorn and moose. In order to enter our primary limited license draw, it requires paying an application fee for each species application and also purchasing one qualifying license. Currently, our application fees are $7.13 for residents and $9.17 for non-residents. Those can go up annually with CPI or inflation. And our qualifying license is either a spring or fall turkey license or an annual small game or any type of combination license. You are restricted to one application per species in the primary draw, but you can list up to 4 choices per species on that application. And a choice is basically just a listed hunt code. You just list the hunt codes in the order of your most preferred license, 1 through 4. However, it's important to note that if you draw a first choice license, it will use all of the applicant's preference points for that species. So people that do not want to use a preference point for a specific hunt will list a preference point hunt code as their first choice instead, or if they want to draw a preference point only, followed by any actual license hunt codes and number 2 through 4 choices after that. You do not have to enter more than one hunt code, but you can enter up to 4, and it really is like 4 separate chances of drawing for that species. All the hunt codes listed must be different, but all for the same species on that species application. So let's dive into preference points. Whenever you think about preference points, please remember that currently they only come into play during our primary draw and only on first choices. How are preference points gained and used is another common question. So 1 point is gained if you fail to draw a first choice license, or if you enter that preference point hunt code as your first choice. You can only gain 1 point per species per year, with the exception of turkey, which we have 2 application periods, so you can gain 2 points for turkey. And then all your points are also used when you draw a first choice license. If you draw one of those first choices, all the points for that species become void or go down to 0. And this is an important point when we start talking about point banking during Garrett's presentation later. And so what are preference points actually used for? They give you preference in the draws. So the people that hold the most points get moved to the front of the line in the simplest terms. There are other things that also come into play, like your random application number, your residency, whether or not you're a youth or you're applying in a group, but that's kind of the basic gist of a preference draw, like we currently use for deer, elk, bear, and pronghorn. For moose, Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep, and mountain goat, we have weighted preference points, and they're drawn through a weighted draw, which is a little different than a straight preference draw like we're focusing on today. John Frana will cover a little bit more about some different types of draws, including our hybrid draw a bit later. But again, right now we're keeping it at a high level. So besides preference points, 2 other major factors that contribute to who draws which license are preference and allocation. Zach Chrisman will cover the details of allocation coming up, but basically here I wanted to demonstrate how landowner and youth preference, as well as residency allocation, impact the draw process and order. And to do that, I have a short video here to kind of demonstrate this at a high level. All right, so in this video, we're using a pitcher of water as a visual representation of the number of licenses given out for a particular hunt code, DE00701A. So again, practicing our hunt code decoding, this is an either sex deer hunt code in Unit 7 for the archery season. We picked this hunt code because in 2022, it had a nice round, even quota of 1,000 licenses. This hunt code is also eligible for the landowner preference. Landowner preference comes into play in units that are totally limited for all rifle licenses, either for elk, deer, or pronghorn. The landowner allocation is taken out first from the available quota before the primary draw occurs. In this example, we have used the landowner allocation for west of I-25, which is 200 licenses, 10% restricted and 10% general. For our GMUs east of I-25, landowners receive 15% general and 10% restricted quota allocations. After this point, with the landowner preference, residency allocation rules come into play. They do not come into play during the landowner preference part of our draw. The next category of licenses that are distributed are based on youth preference. So youth receive a minimum of 15% of all of our limited doe pronghorn, either sex, and antlerless deer and antlerless elk licenses that are established for each GMU. If a hunt code is to receive more than that 15% youth preference, it is specified at a higher rate in our regulations. This particular hunt code is set at the minimum threshold of 15% or 150 licenses of those original 1,000 going to youth who applied for this license. Any remaining licenses after the landowner or the youth that are not drawn by those 2 are put into the drawing by all applicants. So taking out the residency status of the youth who applied and drew, remaining licenses are divided out for the residency allocation, either at 65-35 for most of our limited deer and elk hunt codes, or 80-20 for some of our more highly sought after deer and elk licenses. This hunt code falls under our 65-35 rules, so 423 licenses were drawn by residents, and as you'll see, the remaining 227 by non-residents in 2022. Which particular residents or non-residents draw is again based on the preference points applicants held for that species, their choice ordering, their random application number, and whether or not they applied as a group. This is a very simplistic view of how our draw actually works, but it's a good visualization nonetheless. This hunt code is also not eligible for our hybrid draw, making it a more straightforward example to follow. If it were eligible for the hybrid draw, 20% of the quota remaining after the landowner and youth draws would have been removed from this preference draw and put into a separate random drawing where preference points are not used. However, in order to be eligible to enter the hybrid draw, one must hold a minimum of 5 preference points for that species. All right. So before moving on, I wanted to pause there after that video to see if there's any questions about what we've covered so far before I move on. Okay. I also want to take a moment too to thank Jerry Neal for helping me put together that video. I really appreciate his help. So the video you just watched covers how our limited licenses are distributed through the primary draw. However, after our primary draw is complete and all of our licenses are awarded to our lucky applicants, there are typically thousands of licenses still left over. So the secondary draw is a customer's next opportunity to draw one of these licenses. And one could apply in the secondary draw even if they did not apply in the primary draw. So for our secondary draw, applications open at the end of June and they close the second Tuesday in July. For our secondary draw, we are only talking about deer, elk, pronghorn, and bear licenses only. And the quota that's included in the secondary draw is any license left over from the primary draw, as well as any license that was surrendered by someone who drew that license during the primary draw that no longer wants the license, or any licenses that were unpaid for. Again, since we are a pay after you draw, we do have some licenses that are drawn and then not paid for. So all of that quota goes into our secondary draw for licenses that are eligible. The secondary draw also requires applicants to pay that same application fee per species and to have that qualifying license in order to apply. Also similar to the primary draw, it's 1 application per species with 4 choices per application. The main differences with our secondary draw is no preference points are used or gained during the secondary draw, and there is no landowner preference, but there is 100% youth preference. So that means that any youth applicants draw first before any adult application. So after that, it's a pure random draw with 0 preference again for landowners, and there are no residency allocation rules that apply to the secondary draw. So then after our secondary draw is run and our successful applicants pay and receive their tags, we are done with the draws for the year, and my team says, hallelujah, they're done. But believe it or not, there are still licenses that are left on the table. So what happens to those? Those return licenses that took 5 or more resident preference points to draw are manually reissued to the next person in the primary draw order. But any other return licenses or unpaid for licenses from the secondary draw go on sale on leftover day, which is the first Tuesday in August. And it's a really high demand sales day. We have lots of people that show up right at 9 o'clock to purchase those licenses. This again, there is no application fee for leftover licenses, no qualifying license requirement. We do not use any preference points for our leftover purchases. It is a first come, first serve. Also, I wanted to highlight that some of those highest demand licenses that are available do sell out within the first few seconds of the on sale. And then usually within the first 2 hours, we sell out of most of the other licenses that are available. So Commissioner May, I see you have your hand raised. Take your question.
Yes, Danielle, I go back to the secondary draw where it's 100% youth preference. What are the numbers historically? I presume that's because the number of youth are fairly low, but do you have any numbers that would translate to how many that is?
We could definitely get you some numbers pulled, Commissioner May. I don't have those handy. I don't want to misquote. But a lot of the folks that do draw licenses during the secondary draw are youth because of that 100% youth preference. We're happy to get you some numbers after the presentation.
Thanks, Danielle.
Yeah. All right. So we have our big leftover day sales event, but even after leftover day, tags do get returned to us for various reasons when people are requesting a refund. So any licenses that are returned after leftover day become available for sale on a weekly basis every Wednesday as close to 11 a.m. as possible. We do produce a preview list the day before every Tuesday to show what licenses will be available for purchase at that time so people can plan ahead. And similar to a leftover day, they are sold first come, first serve. You all may recall that we used to have our reissue licenses released randomly throughout the work week. And last year we changed to this kind of set day of the week process. So every Wednesday, those get released. And so that has several benefits. It lets our customers kind of plan ahead if they don't have a desk job, that they're sitting right there every day and able to purchase and watch the list and watch the licenses release. And it also actually allowed us to sell a lot more of those licenses by having these kind of planned weekly events versus the random release. So several benefits there. The one other thing I want to mention is throughout this whole process, our bag limits do still apply. So you still can only have one List A license, 2 List B, and any number of List C licenses. And then lastly, I'll briefly cover over the counter, which Brandon Diamond will dig into in more detail coming up. But so far during this presentation, I've really focused on just limited licenses. However, CPW does offer over the counter licenses as well that can be purchased outside of our draws in unlimited quantities. So you'll hear these referred to as OTC licenses for short. The part I wanted to cover is just keep in mind that OTC hunt codes typically have a U in the fourth section of that hunt code, just for hunt code practice again. And then another term you might hear referred to is OTC with caps. So if licenses are available over the counter with caps, it means they can be purchased outside of the draw, first come, first serve, but there is a cap on the number that can be sold. So they are not true unlimited licenses. Currently, CPW does not sell any licenses over the counter with caps, but we have done so in the past. So all these over the counter big game licenses also go on sale the same day as our leftovers, and they remain on sale until the season of that license closes. And that concludes my part of the presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions before we jump to Zach. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Danielle. Great presentation. I do have a couple questions. So the landowner portion is statutory, I believe. Is that right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, so we can't change that. And on the secondary draw, what are your thoughts of changing that to actually have people use a preference point? I know the first draw, we don't do it for the second, third, and fourth to try to make them or to sell our licenses, but what's your thought on that?
So again, my personal thoughts, just speaking for myself, I think if we were to require points for the secondary draw, it could impact the number of applicants or people that put in for that draw. I also, selfishly, it's one of our only draws that our vendor Aspira runs for us because of its simplicity. And so I think if we were to, introduce preference points or other complexities into that draw process, we would probably have to take that draw back internally through our OAT internal staff to kind of run that draw again. So I think my long-term vision is to try to move more and more of our draws into a Spear side, just to reduce staff time and complexity for our OIT and other staff that work on the draws.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand that completely, but, and I just want to comment that the reissue process now for the leftover draws, I've gotten a lot of comments of, it seems to be working well and people like it. So thank you.
Great.
That's all.
Thank you for the questions. All right, well, if there's no other questions for me, I will hand it over to Zach.
Get my screen shared here. All right, can everybody see that?
We can.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, everybody else on this call. My name is Zach Chrisman. I'm a District Wildlife Manager here in Grand Junction. Happy to be talking to you today about some license allocation between residents and non-residents. So I'll start with an overview of what I'm going to be talking about today. We're going to start with some history and kind of see where we've been, at least in the last 20 years, and kind of figure out where we're going based on where we've been. So we'll hit some definitions, make sure we're on the same page with a few key terms that we use. And then I'll give you an overview of our current system of how we are allocating licenses and what that process looks like right now. And then lastly, I'll wrap up with a few considerations for change. So nothing that we have set as far as alternatives currently, but just some things to consider going forward. So starting in 2000, July 2000 specifically, the Wildlife Commission approved policy B19, which established a 60-40 resident, non-resident allocation with a soft cap. And that soft cap is one of those terms I'm going to define here a little bit later. But the next 5-year season structure included discussion about allocation, did not make a change. And then after, there was another license allocation working group that was convened in April of 2005. That was comprised of stakeholders representing sports people, landowners, outfitters, and local communities. After that introductory meeting, the group was held 3 additional meetings through June of 2005 to make some recommendations on big game license allocation issues. All those meetings were open to the public, and there was public comment included in them. The working group created a draft report that was discussed at 8 public meetings, 2 in each region. Presentations to the Wildlife Commission on the working group with status reports began in April of 2005 and were made at each commission meeting. So staff also put together public input documents that reflected recommendations coming out of that group. And in October of 2005, the commission voted to adopt an allocation policy, which provided for an 80-20 allocation for hunt codes that require 5 or more preference points to draw, and a 65-35 allocation for other hunt codes. Under either scenario, there is a soft cap. So the overview that I'm going to share with you here is based on Katie Lanter's hard work of going in and listening to recordings of the meetings and reviewing written transcripts and working that back end. So thanks a lot to Katie for this history. She did a great job with it. But at the Wildlife Commission's October 2005 meeting, Dave Lovell, the Assistant Regional Manager for the Southeast Region and the Project Coordinator for the Allocation Project, presented the staff's recommendation for an 80-20 split and for hunt codes that are requiring 5 or more preference points and 65-35 otherwise, with a soft cap in both scenarios. The discussion continued and there was public comment. Comments were offered in support of staff's proposal. Noted a robust process had been undertaken to arrive at that. There was some opposition to the proposal, and they were concerned about reducing opportunity for non-residents to obtain licenses in the draw and negatively impacting outfitters. So after the public comment, a motion was made to move forward the policy to regulation, and those items that needed to be in regulation, namely a few other topics as far as hunt of a lifetime, landowner access fees, youth hunting, pay to play, and the non-resident cap. The motion carried unanimously, and that put the soft cap into place. The commission began a discussion about resident allocation. The motion was made to reject staff's proposal and maintain the status quo of a 60-40 resident, non-resident allocation. A substitute motion was made for the staff's recommendation, but the motion failed for a lack of a second. A vote was taken for the first motion to maintain the 60-40 allocation, and it failed on a 4-4 vote. The motion was made again to accept staff's recommendation, and it was seconded. Substitute motion was made and failed, but the AG's office legal counsel, Tim Monahan, clarified the motion, and the motion carried. So a lot of background here, but throughout the 2006 commission meeting, we went through regulations manager Brett Ackerman presented the regulatory language. Policy and planning supervisor Mike King also presented the BBC research, which was talking about some financial implications from the early 2000s, and we'll get into the financial implications here this afternoon. But after the staff's presentation, there's public comment talking about how they wanted to lock the hunt codes in for the fall that were going into the 80-20 allocation. And so there was language drafted at that point, and the motion was made to stick with a 60-40 allocation and seconded, but it failed. So the new motion was made here at the 2006 commission meeting for the 80-20, 65-35 allocation, freezing the hunt codes for the 80-20 split. So throughout 2006 to 2020, in 2009, the 2010 to 2014 big game season structure, the 80-20 and 65-35 soft cap allocations were reapproved. And there was a change that the list of hunts included in the 80-20 allocation was updated. And those hunts that would require 6 or more preference points, one up from the 5 that were previously required, for residents to draw using the 3-year average based on statistics from 2007, 2008, and 2009 data. This change was made in consideration of preference point creep since the initial calculation in 2005. The commission policy and regulations were updated at the same time in September 2009 to reflect the change. In the 2015 through 2019 big game season structure, the commission subcommittee on allocation recommended that the list of hunts included in the 80-20 allocation remained frozen for the 2015 draw. The commission approved the subcommittee's recommendation. Now, more recently, during the 2020 to 2024 big game season structure, the commission chose not to address allocation, knowing that it was a topic of a lot of public interest and figured it should be something that we addressed independently outside of season structure. So that was a lot of background on where we've been, but let's get on to some definitions here. We'll start with a soft cap. So a soft cap is how deer and elk limited license allocations are operating currently. And that means operationally, if a hunter holds more preference points for a first choice hunt code than the next eligible non-resident hunter does for the same hunt code, then the resident is issued the license. It's under that type of scenario that non-residents can obtain less than the 20% or 35% of the licenses for the hunt code. In other words, non-residents are not guaranteed a minimum percentage of available licenses. However, if the first choice resident demand is less than the resident allocation, then non-residents can exceed that cap. So it's a little bit of a push-pull on that 20% or 35% of non-resident allocation, just based on first choice demand. A hard cap is just the opposite. It's the set number of licenses that would go to residents or non-residents. And if the cap is not met, then those licenses just would not be allocated at all during the draw. And then allocation, everybody here knows what allocation is, but it's the percentage of licenses that are given to each group. So resident, non-resident, and I have landowner preference in there, and I'll dive into landowner preference a little bit deeper here. The landowner preference program is a separate program, but it is a partnership with private landowners where big game wildlife live. And it's kind of a tiered system based on the amount of land that a landowner owns, starting at 160 acres and working up from there. Based on the amount of land, there's applications designated for landowner vouchers that can be converted into hunting licenses. So more land, more applications. It's completely separate from the drawing, but they have their own individual draw for landowners. And this is just a partnership between CPW and private landowners for providing that wildlife some space and habitat. We aren't changing this program currently, but it's important to talk about because it is statute mandated that they do get a certain percentage of license allocation, like Commissioner Haskett just talked about. West of I-25, there's a 10% restricted allocation, which means private land only, west of I-25, and 10% unrestricted. And that means that license can be used anywhere in the unit. Now, east of I-25, they have a 10% restricted, which is restricted to private land only, as well as a direct family member of that landowner or a youth. There's also a 15% unrestricted quota that is given east of I-25, and those can be used throughout the unit. It's important to note that these licenses come to the landowner for the land, and it is in the form of a voucher. Now, the voucher is a piece of paper that can be filled out by a hunter and then converted into a license at a later time. There's no residency requirement at that point for whoever fills out the voucher. So it could be a resident or non-resident. Currently, our system is at an 80-20 resident, non-resident allocation for elk and deer hunt codes requiring 6 or more preference points. And it's important to note that this is specific to just elk and deer at this point. There's no allocation for pronghorn or bear right now. But for our less high demand hunt codes that require less than 6 points, it is a 65-35 resident, non-resident allocation based on the point average from 2007, 2008, and 2009. That's been frozen, been set in place there. There are a few additional allocations that I'd like to talk about. Danielle hit on these with her video of filling the water glasses, and I thought that was a great representation. But there's also 15% of all doe pronghorn, either sex, and antlerless deer and antlerless elk licenses that are allocated in the draw. So this is also driven on first choice youth preference, youth demand for these licenses. If there's no demand for a license, then this 15% is not taken out. It's just given to those applicants who apply. There's also a hybrid draw, and the hybrid draw is for hunt codes that require 10 or more preference points to draw. The hybrid draw takes 20% of that license quota and does a randomized draw with applicants who have 5 or more preference points. There's not a separate hunt code to apply for. So when applicants apply for a unit that may take 20 points to draw, and the applicant may only have, say, 8 points, there's still a chance at drawing that license through the hybrid draw. This is an opportunity to improve lower point holders being able to draw a license for that high demand unit. Non-resident caps still apply within the hybrid. So there are times when a hunt code qualifies for the hybrid draw, but there may not be enough licenses to allocate through that hybrid draw also.
Zach, Commissioner May has his hand up, so just if you all can just kind of pay attention to that. I don't know when he wants to jump in or if it's germane to this, but Dallas, is this a question for this item?
Yes, Zach, and I'm sorry to interrupt you. I hate to break your train of thought. That's why I don't want to interrupt. But going back to the soft cap discussion, when you stated that non-resident allocation can exceed the cap if there is insufficient first choice resident demand, I just wondered how common it is that there is insufficient first choice resident demand. Does that happen?
It can happen. Yeah, I don't have any specific examples currently, but I'm sure we could find some.
Okay, I was just curious if, as we have all the discussions and emails about resident, non-resident, the perception I usually get is there's always over demand from residents, but there are times when certain hunt units and codes don't have complete resident take out of the tags.
Right. Yeah, and I think a lot of this too is just those high demand hunts that we are hearing about. But I think John might have an answer for us here.
Okay, thank you, Zach.
Yeah, Zach, if you don't mind, I'll jump in real quick. Commissioners, can you hear me?
We can hear you, John.
Perfect.
Yes.
Yeah, to answer your question, it actually happens very common, especially in elk and deer. I don't have exact numbers and I'm working on trying to find that for you, but I can tell you that at least 15 hunt codes in each one go over every year, where they will roll back to the non-resident allocations.
Yeah, thanks, John. That's very interesting to me. I appreciate it.
And Matt, maybe before you jump in, I'm just going to encourage commissioners to just jump in. This is much more organic than a normal meeting. Make sure that we don't get too far along. Just kind of go off mute and butt in if you can. So, Matt.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just one more point. One of the main benefits of using a soft cap is that it maximizes the sale of our licenses. When there is no demand on one side, resident or non-resident, they would shift to the other side, and that maximizes the amount of sale we have. If we don't use a hard cap, it was mentioned before, Zach covered it, we just wouldn't sell a lot of our licenses.
Matt, that's a great description of the flexibility that allows you as staff to work around these. So that explains a lot to me. Thank you.
Commissioner Haskett.
Just a couple of quick questions. So you were talking about soft cap versus hard cap. So, and I think you just said this, but on the hard cap, the licenses don't even go to the leftover draw. They're just done.
Yeah, so on a hard cap, they would go to a leftover. They just wouldn't be allocated through the initial draw.
Okay, all right. And then on the hybrid draw, 20% could be a lot in some of these the quality units. Like if you have 25 licenses, but you're given 25 or 20% to the hybrid draw, that's taking away a lot of licenses to the people who have been putting in for 20 years. So I'd like to look at that a little bit more later.
Yeah, John actually has a great presentation that covers a lot of the hybrid draw. But there are hunt codes that maybe don't have a sufficient number of licenses end up not going into the hybrid. But the other part is everybody that is entered in to the preference point draw gets drawn first. So that all gets taken care of. Any unsuccessful applicants from that pool go into the hybrid draw. So there's still a chance that a High Point holder could pull that license. They basically get 2 shots at it. John, did you have some more to say on that?
I just wanted to jump in. I found that number for you real quick. For elk last year for 2022, we actually had 39 hunts that went over cap. So I was a little off on the 10 plus, but we're close to 40 at least on elk, and that's fairly standard.
Thank you.
All right, so these do affect the overall allocation percentages, youth preference and hybrid draw. So they are affected after the landowner is taken out. So with our 65-35 hunt codes, you kind of think about it as slices of a pie. So initially you have your entire pie, 10% gets taken out for, say, west of I-25 for the restricted landowner draw, 10% gets taken out for the unrestricted draw. Now that remainder of the pie is where we pull the 65% and the 35% that we allocate to residents and non-residents. So of the total, there's only 52% of the total licenses that are allocated to residents and 28% that are allocated to non-residents, because it's all after the landowner draw is conducted. So say we have 10 licenses for our license quota. We're going to pull 2 of those out, one for a restricted and one for an unrestricted. And for a 65-35, then we would have 5 licenses left for the residents and 3 licenses left for the non-residents. Same with our 80-20 hunt codes. So initially pulling out those 10% for restricted draw and 10% for our unrestricted draw. 64% of those licenses are then being allocated to residents and 16% are going to non-residents, which equates, if we have a 10 license quota, we pull those 2 out initially, we're going to be allocating 6 of those licenses to residents and 2 to non-residents. Now these numbers are not perfect whole numbers, but this is more of a broad generalization of how this system works. So over time, with our hunt codes being frozen in place from the 2007 through 2009 data, there has been a significant change in the number of hunt codes that would qualify for the 80-20 allocation. So on this graph, on the left-hand side is the number of hunt codes, and the bottom is the license year. So starting in 2009, we had 41 hunt codes that would qualify for the 80-20 allocation. And as you can see with 2020, we're up to 77 hunt codes that would apply. Now, since we're frozen, only those 41 are still in the 80-20 split. But it's important to note that every year there are additions and deletions to this list. Different management decisions that we make on the field level may affect this, as far as raising the amount of licenses that are allocated or cutting the number of licenses due to a management decision. We also create new hunt codes periodically, and those are set at a 65-35 allocation because they do not have a 2007 through 2009 average. So this is that same data just in a chart form. So for our 80-20 allocation in 2007 through 2009, and our data from 2019 through 2021. And that affects the number of licenses drastically, more than double the number of licenses that would be allocated based on the 80-20 allocation versus the 65-35 allocation. Now you can see I just zeroed out the pronghorn and bear allocations in the 2007 through 2009 data because they don't have a set allocation. It's just based on first choice demand. But if we did put that into an 80-20 and a 65-35 allocation for our 2019 through 2021 data, there would be a significant amount of pronghorn hunt codes that would be considered high demand. Now, I like using examples that are close to home for me. I manage Unit 40, that's my district. We currently manage this. This is E19. It's its own DAU for elk and deer. And it is a quality unit for elk. As with all the other quality units in the state, demand for licenses has exceeded the supply of licenses allocated. I get a lot of calls from hunters, residents and non-residents who've been chasing other units, the Northwest Corner, 61, something like that. And they're just not catching it. So they default to Unit 40. It's a little bit easier to draw still due to a few different factors as far as a higher percentage of private land, but it has gained popularity. The number of points it takes to draw an either sex elk tag in Unit 40 has more than doubled since the 2007 through 2009 average. In that average, only the first season either sex elk hunt code qualified for an 80-20 split. As you can see, it's highlighted in green there on the slide. But based on the 2019 through 2021 average, every either sex hunt code in Unit 40 80-20 allocation. So this is a small scale example, one DAU, and being managed for quality. It's not the norm, but it is a striking example of how much things have changed in the last 10 years. The other thing I want to point out here is that when the 2007 through 2009 data was frozen, the hunt code for muzzleloader elk in Unit 40 was EM 04001M. And so it was a bull only muzzleloader license. That's since been changed. That was before my time. It got changed to be consistent with the other hunt codes to be an either sex license. And so when we change that after that hunt code has been frozen, the hunt code just defaults to a 65-35 allocation because that hunt code did not exist through the 2007 through 2009 data. Also in Unit 40, I have a antlered deer hunt for the 4th season. That's on its 2nd year. Over the past 2 years, it's taken 11 preference points to draw. Now that's still at a 65-35 allocation because it did not have any data from 2007 through 2009. We do have a few exceptions to the rule, some things that don't fit into these allocation splits. 90-10 allocation for sheep, moose, and goat. Those are set. We're not hoping to change that right now. There is no set allocation for bear or pronghorn. This is not an extensive overall list, but it is a large list of exceptions to the rule, I guess. So ranching for wildlife, those draw licenses are allocated only to residents, and then none of this allocation applies to primary draw applications 2 through 4, or the secondary draw or private land only licenses or any other kind of outreach licenses that we give out. So we do have a few considerations for change. Again, nothing formal currently, but the one standard allocation for deer, elk, pronghorn, and bear. Now this is instead of splitting out high demand hunt codes versus lower demand hunt codes. This would just be one overarching allocation such as 75-25 across the board or 80-20, something of that, something like that. So the other consideration to change is just to update the average for the 80-20 allocation and make it more of a rolling average. And it would have a 1-year lag, but we would have the most recent 3-year data set. And the other consideration would just be to stick with status quo if that's how you guys decide to move forward with it. At this time, I'll open it up for any other questions or discussion that we may have. And I appreciate the time. Commissioner Haskett.
you might be doing this later, I'm not really sure, but do you have something that shows what the preference points, like, so in unit 40 that you just did, what the preference points were in 2007 and what they are now required? Do you have, is that coming up?
Yeah, Garrett's going to cover that extensively, and he's mostly going to use unit 61 and a few other units, not necessarily unit 40, but looking at those averages, I've looked at them many times. It was taking about 3 to 4 points to draw 2007 through 2009. And now it's up to 9 to 11 points to draw.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions? All right. I'll let Matt take over. Thank you.
We're doing well. We're ahead of schedule. It is 11:19 and we're planning to break for lunch at 12 o'clock. What would the commissioners like to do? Break now for an early lunch, or move on to over-the-counter elk licenses from Brandon Diamond and then break for lunch?
Yeah, I'm gonna just take a guess and say if we can move anything up and be done earlier this afternoon. That probably would be, I'm guessing. If there's anybody that disagrees with that, put your thumb down.
Second that. Oh,
Okay.
Second.
Okay, great. We're being pretty efficient today, so let's move on to Brandon.
All right, is that looking good, Dion?
Doing good.
Okay. Perfect. Well, thank you, commissioners, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to members of the public that are tuned in today. It's my privilege to participate in this workshop. I'm Brandon Diamond, and I'm the area wildlife manager in Area 16. So we're based in Gunnison, and we also cover the North Fork of the Gunnison River Valley from Paonia to Cedar Ridge. So over the counter, excuse me, let me move a bar here. Over the counter is actually defined by regulation. It's in chapter 0. And we also put a definition of over the counter licenses in the big game brochure, which is shown here. There's essentially 3 things that make an over the counter license. One is that you don't have to participate in an application or the drawing. You don't have to purchase a qualifying license, and no preference points are required. Sometimes we use the terms unlimited license and over-the-counter license synonymously, and that's mostly true, but not always. And a good example in the brochure's definition, we include leftover limited licenses. So leftover limited licenses are sold in an over-the-counter format, but they're not necessarily unlimited. They are in fact limited. So we've touched on this some already, but just to go back through the definition of what a limited license is, of course, they're limited in number. They are issued through an application and draw process, which entails purchasing a qualifying license, as Danielle has described. Limited licenses, not always, but most of the time, they can require a preference point to draw. The frequency of the draw is driven by supply and demand. Resident and non-resident allocation for limited licenses is driven by commission policy as well as regulations. And the degree of limitations can be based on several factors, hunter preferences and or biological constraints. So for example, hunters may desire to have higher sex ratios or a less crowded hunting experience. From a biological standpoint, small herd sizes can only provide so much hunting opportunity, and performance of our big game herds matters. So can be based on several different factors or a combination. To go back, excuse me, over the counter with caps, to revisit that real quickly. Over the counter with caps licenses are unique because they are limited in quantity, but they're distributed on that first come, first serve basis, just like our standard over-the-counter license outside of the draw. And so they would be available through internet sales, phone sales, and license agents, the typical 3 big conduits we get licenses in hunters' hands with. OTC with caps does not differentiate between residents and non-residents. And as Danielle mentioned, we don't currently offer any over-the-counter with caps licenses annually, but we have used the model previously for selling both elk and bear licenses. So Colorado, of course, is well known. We're proud of how well known we are across the West in terms of our hunting opportunities. Certainly, we're well known for our mule deer hunting, and we're a destination each fall for lots of hunters from across the country and world even. But I would argue that we are most well known for our over-the-counter elk hunting opportunities, mainly because they are quite liberal and there is abundant opportunity compared to a lot of our Western state neighbors. So I want to go into some detail now on what over-the-counter opportunities that we offer. And so I'd like to go through species by species. And we'll start with deer because they're fairly simple. And when I'm talking about deer, I'm talking about mule deer and white-tailed deer. Over-the-counter licenses were historically available for deer in Colorado in a fairly liberal way. It was across manners of take and across different DAUs and GMUs. But over time, we evolved to a more limited model. And so starting in 1999, all deer licenses were totally limited. And that was based on a variety of factors at that time, including population trends and herd performance, as well as hunter preferences. And a lot of discussion was had then on the desire by hunters to see higher sex ratios in different places in the state. Currently in Colorado, the only over-the-counter hunting opportunity that we offer for deer is either sex white-tailed only licenses that we offer in a sub portion, a certain geographic area in the southeast region that's highlighted in the map on the right in the light blue. And annually we offer fewer than 1,000, or we sell fewer than 1,000 of those licenses. Pronghorn is also fairly straightforward in that the only over-the-counter opportunity we offer currently are either sex archery licenses. And I've pulled the map from our big game brochure here to highlight that. The areas that are shaded on the map are the areas where over-the-counter either sex pronghorn archery licenses are valid. So I'm going to show graphs like this one for each species from pronghorn through bear and elk. And thank you to Devin Adams and Danielle's shop for helping come up with these graphs. But on these graphs, the green bars are non-resident licensed sales and the blue bars are resident licensed sales. So essentially this is showing licensed sales over time by residency. I would ask that you pay attention to the scales on the x-axis because they vary between species based on the magnitude of the licenses that we sell. And then the y-axis is the years in question. So these graphs go back, this graph goes back to 2003 through 2021. And for pronghorn in Colorado in 2021, we sold close to 1,700 licenses for over-the-counter archery. Of those, 14% of the sales were to non-residents and 86% of the sales were to residents. For bear, we also have a variety of over-the-counter opportunities. And the first one I'd like to talk about is what we call the add-on license. And so those add-on licenses are specific to the archery and muzzleloader seasons. And so for hunters that have a archery or muzzleloader deer or elk license, they can purchase an add-on license to go along with their hunt. Those are not valid in all GMUs in Colorado, but there are quite a few where those add-on licenses are an option for residents and non-residents. We also offer over-the-counter private land only licenses in certain units in Colorado. For the regular rifle seasons, we offer over-the-counter bear licenses, and there's a distinction there between archery and muzzleloader in that you don't have to have the concurrent deer and elk license to purchase one of those over-the-counter licenses. Hunters that want to go hunt just a bear can do that during the regular rifle seasons. And then there's also an over-the-counter opportunity for rifle plane seasons for black bear. And so again, from our big game brochure, this is any unit that is highlighted or shaded in some way on this map has some over-the-counter hunting option available to hunters. And a similar graph to what we looked at for pronghorn, again, the green bars are non-resident and the blue bars are resident. So for black bears in 2021, the top graphic is for archery and the bottom graphic is for muzzleloader. So for the top graphic in 2021, we sold around 4,700 archery black bear over-the-counter licenses. Of those, 57% were purchased by non-residents, 43% were purchased by residents. And then for muzzleloader season in 2021, we sold around 700 licenses with a similar allocation to archery between non-residents and residents. Looking at rifle over-the-counter bear license sales by residency in 2001, we sold around 8,000 licenses. Of those, 56% were sold to non-residents and 44% were sold to residents. And I apologize for those years on the left side. Google Slides there's a gremlin in there somewhere.
Hey, Brandon, this is Dallas.
Yes, sir.
I wondered what would be a common explanation for the high number of non-resident bear over the counters?
You know, that's a good question. And I was actually thinking about that because you see that trend across all manners of take. I'm not sure what the answer is there. Could just be that when a non-resident comes to Colorado and they're investing in a Western hunt, they're trying to get the most bang for their buck out of their trip. And so having that option to hunt bears is just kind of icing on the cake with their deer and elk hunt.
I presume, Brandon, that's probably a pretty low success. When you're talking about non-residents and bear, I'm sure a lot of it is what you say. They're here, so they think, why not, in case they happen to get the opportunity. So it'd be interesting to me to wonder, to see what the success rate was for those licenses. I don't know if you have that available or if that would be something that you had.
I don't have it on the tip of my tongue. Perhaps some of my friends in terrestrial can find that while we talk. Generally speaking, you're correct. Success rates are quite low for those over-the-counter rifle bear seasons in particular.
Yeah, thanks, Brandon. Just striking for me when I see that high non-resident compared to resident. So thanks for the explanation.
You're welcome. It is interesting. Commissioner Haskett, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Brandon. So I believe if you go back 3 years, that's when we changed the non-resident fee. Is that right?
I believe that's correct. Yes.
Okay, so basically resident numbers have stayed the same as far as licenses. They're close. They're kind of up and down. Some years are better than others, but the residents went up when we changed the fee. And I believe, staff can come back with an answer, but I'm pretty sure success is under 10%. So, but it's nice to see that it actually changing that fee did help us sell more licenses, which was another thing. I don't think we ever reached our quotas, or we never sold our quotas before we changed the fees. Is that right too?
I believe that's correct, Commissioner Haskett. And yes, that reduction in cost definitely has contributed to some increased participation. And yes, Mark Vieira is concurring that non-resident or success rates for these rifle bear seasons are in the single digits.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, moving on to elk. For elk, we do offer a variety of over-the-counter opportunities, and the first three in the list here are probably the most highly participated in. So to start, we offer over-the-counter antlerless archery licenses in some GMUs and DAUs. Those are valid, of course, for cow only. We offer over-the-counter either sex archery licenses where hunters can harvest a bull or a cow. And then we offer over-the-counter licenses for the second and third rifle seasons that are bull only. We also offer over-the-counter either sex rifle planes licenses, and we have some over-the-counter antlered rifle opportunity in Unit 128. And so again, to just visit the graphs and or the maps that are shown in our big game brochure, this is the map showing all of the valid units where an over-the-counter archery antlerless license holder can hunt. And I want to just highlight those units in the Northwest region that are kind of interesting and unique. They're shaded in a light blue there instead of a brown. In those units, over-the-counter archery licenses are not, they're not valid. Those are totally limited units for archery. However, over-the-counter licenses are valid on private lands only in those units. So that's why they're in a different color shading. Here's the map of where over-the-counter either sex archery licenses are valid. And again, those light green shaded areas in the Northwest region are places where you can use an over-the-counter license on private lands only, but they are totally limited units for archery otherwise. And then here's the map from our big game brochure of where you can use an over-the-counter bull license during the second and third rifle seasons. And so to look at the graphs and some of the trends that might be apparent here, this is a graph showing license sales by residency again for over-the-counter archery. And this includes both antlerless and either sex. And you can see over time, generally the trend has been increasing participation for those for that segment of our hunting community. At the top years 2020 and 2021, you see that participation or license sales start to scale back a little bit. And that can be attributed to certain DAUs and GMUs going to a totally limited model for archery. So it's not that the interest is waned, it's just that we've converted some of that opportunity to limited licenses only. In 2021, we sold nearly 36,000 archery over-the-counter licenses, and of those, 54% of the sales were non-resident and 46% of the sales were resident. Here's the graph for OTC rifle license sales by residency for the second and third seasons aggregated. So you can see in the year 2021, we sold nearly 60,000 licenses for these seasons. And of those, 43% of the sales were non-resident, while 57% of the sales were resident. And so you might be wondering what other Western states do in terms of their overall distribution and allocation methods and programs and policies, and also how if they have over-the-counter licensing options. And so I won't pretend to be an authority on every other neighboring Western state, but for elk in particular, it seems that unlimited over-the-counter licensing is fairly uncommon when it comes to non-residents and is becoming more uncommon over time. License distribution across Western states does vary in how they implement it and how they distribute their licenses. And it appears that it's going to continue to evolve over time. Some of you may have been seeing some of the recent press and media on states like Wyoming. New Mexico was recently in the hunting news, looking at some of their bighorn sheep resident, non-resident allocation. So I think over time, this is going to continue to evolve. And it appears that lots of our other neighboring states are looking into similar issues, the same as we are presently. I wanted, though, just to provide just a few quick examples of what you see in other Western states, and these will all be elk focused. Utah's an interesting example because Utah does have a lot of limited licenses, but they also have a variety of other options available to both residents and non-residents. And this is a graphic from their big game hunting brochure. They have what they call a hunter's choice bull elk archery license. And on the far right there, you'll see it's not limited. Those are essentially an unlimited over-the-counter license for both residents and non-residents. They also offer what I would consider more of an over-the-counter with a cap license. So that second row is an any bull unit, any legal weapon hunt. And you can see on the far side, it says 17,500. That is the cap to the over-the-counter or the cap in license quota, but non-residents and residents can buy those first come, first serve when they come available. And it shows there that they go on sale July 14th at 8 a.m. In Wyoming, for their general elk license, they have non-residents have to draw for that license. They have to apply and draw the license, but residents can buy them over the counter in unlimited quantity. Idaho has more of an OTC with a cap model for non-residents for their general elk licenses, whereas residents can buy them over the counter. And in Idaho, licenses go on sale December 1st. And in 2022, they offered 12,815 licenses for that particular hunt that would be available for non-residents, first come, first serve. So let's talk a little bit about potential over-the-counter advantages and disadvantages. And I won't, this certainly is probably not an all-inclusive list, but these are some of the topics that we've talked about, and I'm sure you've talked about over the last year or more. Some of the advantages of over-the-counter licensing is that there's guaranteed opportunity. You can hunt every year with an over-the-counter license if you choose to. Hunters that have over-the-counter licenses have flexibility to hunt across multiple game management units or a broader geographic area. You're not necessarily confined to one GMU or one geographic area. We've talked no qualifying license is required to purchase one. And of course, that means you're not participating in an application or drawing process. With over-the-counter licenses, hunters have the ability to choose between different manners of take and seasons. So you can hunt during archery season or rifle seasons and different times of year. You can still apply for a limited license and receive preference points while hunting every year with an over-the-counter license. There's no differentiation in terms of allocation between residents and non-residents. And of course, we all know that over-the-counter license sales are a significant portion of our annual budget. So they fund CPW to a great extent. And of course, also looking at regional economics, those over-the-counter seasons tend to be fairly busy across Western Colorado. And so they contribute to local economies and everyone from outfitters to restaurants. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Brandon. Couple questions. So you just showed what Utah and Idaho do in Wyoming, but isn't our elk herd numbers way larger than any of those three states?
Yes, ma'am. And that's a great point. And I'll talk a little bit about that here in a second. We do have more animals or larger elk populations than those states. So we are able to sustain a little bit more opportunity. Okay.
And then our over-the-counter stuff, it looks to me like from your graphs that you just showed, archery is the season that's the most contentious with non-resident, resident, because in second and third, it looks like there's more residents hunting than non-residents, which was actually surprising to me.
Yes, and I think that's a fair assessment and probably why we've talked so much more about OTC archery in recent years than OTC rifle.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so the flip side of the coin, some disadvantages potentially with over-the-counter licensing systems is that crowding and the related hunting experience. That heavy hunting pressure can influence animal distribution. In over-the-counter seasons, success rates tend to be somewhat lower. Having the over-the-counter license option each year contributes to preference point creep. From a management standpoint, there is less overall management control and precision in an over-the-counter, using an over-the-counter model. And a good example is managing for sex ratios, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a second. And then a potential disadvantage is also no differentiation between resident and non-residents in terms of allocation, which has led to some concerns and complaints from residents about non-resident participation and the associated crowding we see in some over-the-counter hunts. And so to touch on a few of those advantages and disadvantages here real quick, the crowding and hunting experience. So certainly this is in the eye of the beholder. And what's crowded to one hunter may not be crowded to another. So there's a wide diversity of opinions out there. But I think, and I'm sure the commissioners know more than anyone, we've heard enough about these issues over the last 5 years in particular that I think it's going to be an ongoing issue of concern that we may have to continue to assess, evaluate, and potentially address. And going back to Commissioner Haskett's question a second ago, I think it is important to look at our big game population performance. And a fundamental question is, can our populations continue to sustain increasing over-the-counter participation over time? Certainly, we're all interested in what's best for the resource because that's the foundation of everything we do. And an associated question there is, can we sustain hunter satisfaction over time if over-the-counter participation continues to increase? And I think, again, as managers and commissioners, we're all interested in providing the highest quality product and experience possible. And just to highlight this one more time, I think it is very important, as I've watched in my cursory view of what other Western states are doing these days with distribution and allocation. I think it's certainly important that we all keep our finger on that pulse, because particularly if other Western states continue to ratchet back on non-resident allocation, Colorado may become the only game in town, or the strongest game in town, for hunting the West for elk every year. And that's going to contribute to crowding issues, and these sustainability questions are going to continue to come up and manifest themselves. And just to give you a local example, this is a graph from my backyard, and this is a graph of data analysis unit E14, which is the Grand Mesa. And this graph shows over-the-counter archery participation over time. The Northwest and Southwest regions manage the Grand Mesa in tandem. And right now we are looking at over-the-counter archery hunting pressure, particularly in Game Management Unit 521, but it's led to a broader discussion across the DAU. The top line in this graph that's blue, the highest one on the bars there, that's Game Management Unit 521. And what I'd like you to notice there is how much over-the-counter archery participation has increased going back to 2010 or so to now. It's essentially doubled in GMU 521. But also to point out that there's two game management units there that are very disproportionately sustaining the over-the-counter hunting, the over-the-counter archery hunting pressure. And so we have these instances where there's multiple GMUs within a DAU, where we don't have the ability to prescribe hunter distribution across individual game management units using an over-the-counter model. And so these are issues that I think the commission is going to continue to see, and managers are going to continue to talk about at local levels. And with that in mind, I just wanted to revisit real quickly one of the provisions of the current big game season structure. And this was specific to archery seasons west of I-25. When the commission approved the big game season structure in 2019, they left this provision in that either sex and sex-specific archery over-the-counter licenses can be limited geographically to meet biological or social management objectives. And again, I think with the increased interest in over-the-counter archery, the commission may be looking at more of these issues into the future. Animal distribute. Oh, Commissioner Haskett.
I want to ask one quick question. So I am in the area that we are draw only, and at first I didn't like it, but I do like it now. But there were also some studies done then. Can you get those studies for us? Because they did prove that archery season creates a lot of pressure, I believe. So can you find those for us?
We can find those. And some of those may have been referenced in a memo that we did recently for the commission, or it was last year. But yeah, we'll look into that. And you're probably referencing specifically how early season hunting pressure influences animal distribution.
Yes.
Okay. And yeah, and yes, we'll look into that and get those references for you. And that's a perfect segue to this slide, because as I think across the West Slope in many places, managers are increasingly talking about animal distribution. And I think it's fair to say, and there is science and peer-reviewed papers out there going quite a ways back, that hunting pressure influences animal distribution. And to be fair, other land uses do too, and we're always talking about these issues collectively. And by other land uses, you know, you could throw recreation in there, resource extraction, all of those things, all of those human land uses on the landscape. But what we're doing influences animal distribution. And from a hunting management standpoint, I think the fundamental question is, how do we hold elk on public lands as long as possible? That's really important to us because we want to provide access to those animals by the general license holder. We have to achieve, or our goal each year is to achieve harvest objectives to maintain the management objectives that are outlined in our herd management plans. And also holding elk on public lands helps to mitigate for any potential game damage conflict on adjacent private lands. So how do we hold elk on public lands is a topic that we talk about daily, weekly, and monthly in our local communities. And also from an elk biology standpoint, I think it's important that if we can help keep elk in preferred habitats, that's best for everyone as well, including our elk herds, because essentially what we want to do is allow elk to maximize their body conditions throughout the year by having access to the highest quality forage, having that security, so that we have these strong, sustainable elk herds over time. A few other management considerations that I wanted to just put before you, and this is specific to elk again, but these are the kinds of things we talk about on a regular basis. When it comes to over-the-counter licenses for rifle, we focus that harvest on the male segment of the population. So unlimited hunting might cause some concern to some folks, but by focusing on the male segment of the population, we offer a lot of opportunity and are considering a sustainable annual offtake with a minimal population effect overall. Of course, female antlerless licenses are limited, and that's where we more specifically and precisely manage our populations. But we can offer a lot of opportunity with over-the-counter licenses focused on the male segment of the population. In tandem with that, we have a 4-point antler restriction, and that's important. That's been on the books for a long time. The 4-point antler restriction helps to maintain that desired sex ratio over time. Once a bull elk gets to 2.5 years old or older and he grows a branch set of antlers, they tend to be less vulnerable than the yearling age class of bulls. And so therefore success rate is reasonable and we can maintain those sex ratios over time while also ensuring that our yearling age class of bulls is coming through every year unscathed. We're also, by having the 4-point antler restriction, we are giving a hunter a certain kind of experience. Lots of hunters find it desirable to hunt branch antlered bulls and they enjoy that experience. So we do a number of things by having that 4-point antler restriction. Again, touching base on over-the-counter archery and whether it's either sex or antlerless OTC archery licenses, we have to continue to ensure that the cow harvest coming from those archery OTC hunts is compatible and sustainable within our herd management plan objectives. And we've talked a lot also about early season hunting pressure, and we just talked about animal distribution, but there's been a fair bit of discussion about elk biology as well, how heavy over-the-counter hunting pressure influences rut behavior, potentially how it influences declining cow-calf ratios. Some of these biological concerns are not well quantified right now, but our mammals research section is currently looking into some of those questions, and hopefully in the coming years we'll have more quantification on those topics for more informed conversations. Over-the-counter archery pressure, again, when you're talking about animal distribution and low success rates, we have to be conscious of how over-the-counter seasons influence success rates across all seasons. So if we have an over-the-counter season that is moving a lot of elk to private lands where they're less accessible in subsequent seasons, influencing success rates, those are important considerations when you're talking about achieving herd management objectives on an annual basis. And then from a bull harvest standpoint, particularly with elk, You know, if we have over-the-counter licenses available in elk DAUs, we have to be realistic about what sex ratios we can support and maintain over time. For example, if we have several years of above average bull harvest and we fall below sex ratio objectives, we only have a few limited bull hunt codes to try and adjust for that and recoup that bull to cow ratio. And so we do have a little bit
Brandon, I think we lost you there.
You got me now, Dion?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. My apologies. So one more time, I think that there's a relationship between the LPP program that we've touched on quite a bit now and over-the-counter licensing. The LPP has come up throughout our collective discussions about license distribution, including conversations about over-the-counter licensing and potentially limiting over-the-counter licensing. And I guess what I will say is that there has been a fair amount of discussion and some support for limiting total limitations going away from over-the-counter licensing. But there is some trepidation in doing that because I think a lot of our constituents know that in a totally limited model, either 20 or 25% of the licenses would come out of the general license pool for LPP. So I just wanted to keep that on your radar that I think LPP is going to continue to come up in our conversations depending on how the commission chooses to move forward. And then one final slide to show you some of the top OTC ideas that came from our public focus groups. And so these were some of the ideas that the folks that participated in our focus groups across the regions, commonalities amongst them. And so there was three things that rose to the forefront. One was to eliminate or cap all over-the-counter licenses just across the board for residents and non-residents. Another idea that was floated was to eliminate or cap OTC licenses just for non-residents. And as I've shown you with states like Wyoming and Idaho, that model exists already in other Western states, but not in Colorado. And then a final option was just status quo, which of course would be an alternative for many of these distribution issues. And of course, status quo was the one preferred by non-residents. And we've already talked about some of the reasons why that might be. And so with that, a little bit of levity, and I really appreciate your time and happy to answer any questions or follow up on anything I said previously. Sherry Hewer.
Hello, I'm Sherry Hewer, terrestrial data analyst. I'm also one of Brandon's friends in terrestrial. So to circle back on Commissioner May's question, the success rate for the concurrent rifle season for bear, those over-the-counter licenses that he was asking about, the success rate on those is 1%. So very low.
Thank you, Sherry.
Thank you, Sherry.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brandon.
That brings us to lunchtime. We're ahead of schedule, which is great. Breaking for lunch at 12 o'clock, returning at 12:45, 45-minute lunch.
Okay, great. We will be back on then.
See you soon.
Thanks. Hey, Dion, would you stay on for a minute? I have a question for you.
I'm going to stop the recording first.
Okay.
Okay.
So my question is, I'm just wondering in a format like this, if there's a way to open up the chat just for some of the more organic questions and stuff that come up. And I understand sort of the public interface and all that, but having been on a lot of Zooms, you can assign people speaker status and you can have a smaller group that can ask questions. I understand the open meetings, all that. And it doesn't have to be for this time. I'm just wondering if that could be a better tool for us
Yeah.
for this kind of thing.
Sure. Let me chat you on Google Chat so I can start our slide for the lunch.
Okay.
And I'll give you my phone number and we can just call. We can talk about it right now.
Okay. Let me just give you my mobile.
You're still streaming on YouTube.
Okay. Thank you.
You might want to not do that publicly.
Okay. You can just send me an email, Dion.
Commissioner Hauser, I can share it with Dion just via text.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Are you ready, Madam Chair?
Okay, I show 12:44. So maybe just a quick housekeeping item. So you'll notice that Dion has turned on the chat function. This is really to help facilitate sort of this webinar format. So for commissioners, please keep in mind that's sort of a public record. But if you want to insert a question on a particular topic as our presenters are going through, and just make sure that it gets flagged, it might be something that it's for later, it's not for right now. Let's make sure that we catch this. Wanted to make sure that we did that. At any point, we can turn that function off. Jake, any counsel, any additional instructions on that?
Nope, I think you
Okay.
covered the bases.
Okay, so we'll turn it back over to the team. Thank you for rejoining us post-lunch. I'm not sure who, I see Matt on screen. Are you going to tee this up, Matt? Okay, great. Back to you.
We ready to go, Dion?
We are. Thanks.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Second half of the day with the virtual workshop on license distribution issues. Our next presenter is Garrett Watson, and he'll be focused on preference points. So go ahead, Garrett.
Can everyone hear me?
We can.
Yeah.
Hang on a second.
Garrett, do you need Kirk to assist?
No, I'll get this. Hang on a second. Is that correct now? All right, can everyone hear me okay?
We're good.
Perfect. Oh, good afternoon, Madam Chair, commissioners, members of the public tuning in online. My name is Garrett Watson. I'm one of the Northwest Deputy Regional Managers. I'm here out of Grand Junction, and I'm here to kind of discuss a little bit more in depth on preference points and our current system. So some of this you guys heard about this morning from Danielle's presentation, but kind of to go back through a little bit briefly as we continue to get a little further down in the weeds with preference points. But what are preference points? So preference points essentially help hunters increase their chances of drawing a limited license in the primary draw. So you can gain preference points for each big game species, which include deer, elk, pronghorn, bear, as well as turkey. For moose, bighorn, sheep, and goat, we have a little bit different of a system that has weighted preference points. But today we're just going to concentrate on our main preference point system related to deer, elk, pronghorn, and bear. So preference points add up for each species until an applicant draws a first choice license. So a lot of questions we get from people is, can my points cross over from one species to the next? And that is not the case. So you couldn't gain elk preference points and then turn around and use them for a deer hunting license. So how does one gain preference points? Simply, a hunter must apply in the primary draw to gain preference points. They do this one of two ways. They either put in a hunt code as their first choice, and if they are unsuccessful at drawing that license first choice, they will be awarded 1 preference points for that species that they have applied for. Another way in which to gain a preference point is to utilize the preference point hunt code as their first choice, in which they will automatically receive a preference point at that time. So during the primary draw, so our preference point, Colorado utilizes a true preference point system. This means that applicants with the most preference points who apply for any given hunt code will draw that license first. So preference points are only used during the primary draw. As Danielle said, they are not used for the secondary draw, leftover, or over-the-counter licenses. Another thing that Colorado has is a group application process. Currently, our group application process is hunters who apply as a group will be applying with the lowest preference points by the applicant. So in my example, say I have 12 preference points, but my hunting partners only have 2 preference points. If we apply together as a group, we will go in essentially applying with 2 preference points so that if one person draws, the whole group draws. You'll see later some potential things that we may be looking at here in Colorado for group applications that might be a little different from our current system. So what exactly is preference point creep? As Matt said in his presentation, this is where the number of preference points it takes to draw a license keeps increasing based on supply and demand. And so you can see from my examples that in 2022 for the hunt code EE201E1R, which is basically an early bull hunt in unit 201, one of our quality units, there was a total of 2,278 applications. But this is for only a total number of 28 licenses given out in that unit for that hunt. So you can see that there's a lot more applications than there is the quota or the amount of licenses that we give out for that unit. The example underneath this is for deer, same thing. This is a DM04404R, is a GMU unit 44 buck tag in the 4th rifle season, a very highly coveted tag here in Colorado. And as you can see, there's a total of 539 applicants in 2022 and only 20 licenses given out for that hunt. So what this does is when you have this supply and demand issue, this can cause the number of points to draw some licenses to increase by 1 or more points per year. And so as you can see from my examples from my 201 early bull elk hunt, in 2020, it took 29 preference points for non-residents. And by 2022, it was 31 preference points for non-residents. For unit 44, in my example, for residents, in 2020, it took 18 preference points. And in 2022, it took 20 preference points. So what impacts preference points? There's a lot of variables that they can affect preference points. And so that's something I want to concentrate on, is that it's not just a one size fits all or one thing that's causing some of the issues. So these are some of the examples. So a huge variable that drives the application interest and therefore preference points is the game management unit itself. So for example, what in the previous slide, my bull elk tag in GMU 201 will be higher points than a bull tag in, let's say, game management unit 30. Think quality versus opportunity. So a lot of times in the management of these units, if we're managing for more of a quality experience, there might be less hunting licenses available as opposed to an opportunity unit to where we are managing different for the opportunity for more hunters to come in for those harvest objectives. Season dates regarding each species. This is another variable. So for example, a 4-season buck deer tag, which have season dates closer to the rut, will result in higher preference points needed to draw than, let's say, a 2nd season license for that same unit. And this is really key. And you'll see in some of my later data points and graphs that even within the same GMU or game management unit, you can see a highly different variable in preference points just based on the season dates. And this is more related to the preference of those hunters and when they hunt that species. The next variable is when we talked about a supply and demand. Plain and simple, the number of applicants who applied compared to the number of tags given out. Another variable that we see is gaining preference points without buying a big game license during the primary draw. So for instance, last year in 2021, there was a total of 246,591 applications for elk, while 83,310 of those applicants only applied for a preference point hunt code. So this means that 34% of our elk hunters wanted only a preference point at first choice level. And another variable that you'll see and some data points that I'll show you later is basically how we manage our herds, our herd harvest objectives. If we decrease the number of tags in a GMU, the higher the preference points it can take for that GMU. And conversely the other way, if we increase the number of licenses in a unit, the preference points can come down. I see your hand raised, Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Garrett. I have a question. So in gaining preference points without buying a big game license, so 34% of those people applied for preference point only. Do we have any numbers to say if they actually hunted for a second, third, or fourth choice, or well, it wouldn't be that, but another license somewhere else?
We do actually, and I got to give a lot of credit to Devin Adams, who has been putting together a lot of this information for me and related to that. Is there something I can specifically try to answer a question based on the data I have in front of me? But we do have data related to what they're doing in first choice versus what they're doing second, third, and fourth. And one of the kind of I guess if I was going to summarize what it is for you is, you can really start to see, and you'll see this later in my presentation, that especially for non-residents, the demand for second, third, and fourth choice is not there. It significantly drops off in their behavior from applying for preference points as a first choice. But if there's something specific, I can try to pull the data set, and I think Devin is online too that can help me if there's something specific.
So of those 34% that only apply for a preference point, I'd like to know how many of those actually hunted on a different list BC license or a secondary draw or leftover draw.
So of that segment right there, we pulled that 34%. That was just, they didn't apply for anything after the first choice.
But they didn't do the secondary draw or leftovers or apply for a, like buy an over-the-counter license or anything like that?
That I won't have when it comes to the secondary, and then whether they applied for OTC, and I think that's something kind of great that we've kind of talked about internally as we moved on. That is something we want to try to start to look at as to see what they're doing as far as especially related to over-the-counter licenses, to see if they are purchasing over-the-counter licenses.
Yeah, it would be good information to have. Thank you.
You're welcome. So another variable we have that can affect preference points is before I get to this slide is honestly social media. You know, social media can drive preference points to go up in a unit based on, let's say a really nice bull gets killed out of a certain unit. It gets shared in hunting forums or on social media. It can increase the presence of people looking at that unit in which they now want to draw. And so another unique thing is the slide pulls up. I won't get into too many details on this, but something unique what CPW is really good at doing is putting out our draw results and our hunting statistics, which allows people to pull reports such as the one that you're seeing on the screen, that they can go through and they can really start to predict what it is that a hunt is going to take for them to draw. So when they follow these draw reports, they can see the quota amount, they can see how many go to non-residents versus residents. They can see how many people pre-draw applicants were there and see how many people that have more preference points than them that put in for that draw this year. And they can and then looking forward, they can kind of assess where are they at in that group of applicants to see whether or not they are going to draw the license. And so with these hunting statistics, they're a great thing. But again, more and more people look at these statistics, and it gives people that opportunity to see what it is that they have an opportunity to draw. So that's another thing with these hunting statistics. They are a great thing, but it gives people a little bit of predictability on when they're going to draw a license. So now I kind of want to go into the micro and kind of look at examples of preference point creep at the GMU level for resident and non-resident hunters. And you're going to see a lot of line graphs, et cetera. And so, you know, I really hope this can be interactive, and please ask me as many questions as you can, because I want to make sure that the point and the big view gets kind of shown through this presentation. So I want to, so you got two hunt codes here. These are both for unit 61. One is for a cow license on your left, and one is for a bull license on your right, both for first rifle season. As you can see on your left, for a cow license, you see in 2007 to 2012, you see that the preference points on the line are relatively static. It's taking one preference point for a non-resident and a resident. So the orange is non-resident and blue is the resident on these line graphs. And so you can see that it's pretty static, 1 point for both non-resident and resident in 2007 and 2012. And then you start to see the preference point creep continue to happen through 2022. And again, down here at the bottom, you can see these are application rates for 2007 through 2022. And you can see that there was a higher application rate in 2007 and 2012, but that there was a lot more there, but the preference points stayed down. And then you saw application rates go down, but the preference points went up. And we go back to my first talking about the variables that impact preference points. This is management. And so what had happened in this unit is we hit herd objectives, and we now had to decrease the amount of cow licenses in that unit. And so by decreasing the amount of cow licenses in the unit, even though the application rates actually went down, the quota was also down. So it drove preference points to increase and become creep into 2022. Conversely, in 61 for a rifle, you can see that it's kind of just very slowly continued to grow since 2007 in preference points over that same time period. Here are a few other examples. Here's an archery license in Unit 20 on your left. You can see that it started out at 0 preference points in 2007 and is increased for non-residents up to 3 in 2022. And from 2017 to 2022 for residents, it stayed relatively static. So you can see that preference point creep can happen for non-residents, but not be occurring anymore for residents. On the right here, again, this is another unit in the southeast in Unit 49 for archery. You can see just kind of a continued growth of preference point creep from 2007 to 2022. These, I'm going back to Unit 61, one to show on the left. The left is an archery tag in Unit 61. You can see the continued growth from 2007 to 2022. The preference points continue to increase for not only resident, but non-resident. And there's a couple things to keep in mind with 61. And so 61 is by the hunting community would be known as a quality unit. It's managed a little bit different at a GMU level for a quality experience. Well, what is happening not only is the application rates, as you can see down here on the bottom left, the application rates aren't changing a whole lot, but what you're starting to see is potentially that high point earners that might have been chasing another unit that took more preference points are now starting to utilize their preference points to go into 61 as, for lack of a better way to say it, as kind of a bailout quality hunt from chasing maybe a unit like Unit 10 or 201 in the northwest corner of Colorado. On the right here, you can see EE061 E1R. So in 2017, management strategy that we took on was we implemented an early rifle bull season. So starting October 1 in 2017. So that's why there's no data pre-2017 was this hunt didn't exist. And this was to give another opportunity for a quality experience in Unit 61 for a rifle hunt starting October 1st. And as you can see from its inception, the preference points immediately started to increase because of the quality of the hunt and the time of year in which you could hunt these elk. Here's just a short example of another one of the Unit 201. You'll hear a lot about Unit 201, which is in the northwest corner of Colorado, probably one of the most coveted hunting units in the state for elk. And as you can see for archery, we just continue to see for both resident and non-residents increase for archery from 2007 for a resident, it was 13 points, and now it's 25 points to draw that unit for archery. Same thing on the right, the early rifle hunt, which starts October 1. Very limited quota that we give out in these units because it is a high quality hunt. You can see the preference points continue to increase dramatically from 2007 for both resident and non-residents. Anybody have any questions on anything specific to those elk ones before I move on to deer? Seeing none, I want to do the same thing with a preference point creep for specific GMUs for deer hunts. So if you remember, so these two line graphs is the same unit. This is GMU 21 for a second season rifle hunt and a third season rifle hunt on your right. And something, when we go back to the variables of what impacts preference points in Colorado, and I was telling you that season choice can affect preference points. You can have the same unit, same species, but two different seasons will take different preference points, and one might be in creep and one might not be. And so as you can see from on the left-hand side in GMU 21 for second rifle season, it has stayed relatively static from 2007 to 2022 for residents. It's taken 3 preference points to draw a buck tag in this unit for second season. And you're seeing a little bit of variability for non-residents from 6 to 8 down to 7 back to 8, across that same time frame. But then you go on to the right side, which is a third season buck tag. So a little bit later season dates, a little bit higher preference for hunters, hunting closer to the rut is a preferred time to hunt for a lot of deer hunters. And you can see the preference points have a lot more variability in which they move. So here is a buck license in unit 44 for third season and one in for fourth rifle season in the same unit. So conversely from the one before, third and fourth season, highly coveted. And this might be one of the highly coveted deer tags in the state. And you can see why the preference points continue to grow for both third season and for fourth rifle season to pretty high amounts for non-resident and residents alike. We go down to the Gunnison Basin area, and so unit 55. So this is showing something similar to the one before, but this is a management thing. So you have a third season on your on the left and a fourth season on your right for the same unit in unit 55 outside of Gunnison. And so you can see on the left for this unit, you can see that the preference points for residents in 2007 began to increase and then began to decrease again. And down on the bottom, you can see application rates, went down, for these for this particular hunt. But what you notice is that the preference points went down as well in 2022, and this is a function of management. They increased significantly the amount of buck licenses given out in that unit, and so as the amount of buck licenses went up, we were able to then bring down the preference points for residents in that hunt. On the right, you can see that we have a huge, for a fourth season tag, which is one of the most highly coveted seasons because it is during the rut for hunting mule deer, is that you see a large amount of points and then they go down to 0 and then they go and increase again significantly for both resident and non-resident and then begin to kind of level out at the resident level. The reason why you're seeing a dip in this is for management purposes. Basically, we had a 4-season hunt code there from 2006 to 2008. And then due to some management decisions based on a bad winter from 2009 to 2014, we did not have a hunt code. We did not have a 4-season buck hunt in unit 55 during that time frame. And so that's why you see those points go to 0. So that hunt code was removed and no opportunity. And then as we progressed and moved to a different management and turned back on that hunt code for an opportunity, you could see that the hunting pressure and demand increased again in that unit. This is the same area outside of Gunnison, but a different DAU, a unit 66. So third season rifle versus a 4th season rifle in unit 66. Again, the third season continued to increase during that time frame. Again, no management change was made to where, if you remember in the last one, you saw the resident decrease in preference points because we put out more licenses for bucks in that unit. Well, this is a DAU just to the south of there outside of Gunnison, and we had the same or generally very close to the same amount of quota that was given out during that time frame. So you did not see a dip in the preference points going down in that unit, even though it's a similar area, but a different DAU. And on the right, you can see that for a 4-season buck tag, again, they did the same thing as the previous slide did, and this was because the hunt code was taken out. So that's kind of the micro level. So that's what a lot of the focus, comes on from when we're looking at preference points. People see that, and I'm sure you're looking at that and saying, wow, we have a huge problem with preference point creep in Colorado. But what is the rest of the picture of the rest of the hunt codes and things that are going on in the state with hunts. Well, this slide kind of is tell us quite a bit. So this is kind of an overview, and then I'll kind of go down into a little bit more detail. So for resident adults, 99% of the 2021 limited licenses for deer, elk, and pronghorn and bear required 5 or fewer preference points to draw, which is pretty astounding. So people are drawing their licenses. 99% of them are drawing their licenses with 5 or fewer preference points. And as you kind of itemize that down, 99% of deer and elk hunters are drawing their licenses with 5 or fewer preference points. And 96% of pronghorn hunters are drawing with 5 or fewer preference points. And again, this is for resident adults. This isn't broken down by private land, public land, bulls, cows. This is just overall the big picture of people drawing preference points. And I got to give a lot of credit to Sherry Hewer for helping me put this together and kind of doing the data work on the back end for me. And down here on the next one for non-resident adults, you can kind of compare it to the resident adult, the same thing. 95% of the limited licenses for deer, elk, pronghorn, and bear are drawn with 5 or fewer preference points. 97% of elk with 5 or fewer preference points for non-residents, 94% for deer, and 85% for pronghorn. So we kind of going down a little bit further into the weeds on what that exactly looks like. And so what this is a table is the number of hunt codes for a range of preference points in 2021 for resident adult applicants. And so what these are showing is you can see a cohort on the top next to species. You got 0, 0, 1 to 5. These are the number of preference points in which a hunt code was drawn out at. And so for deer, you can see that 260 of our hunt codes were drawn out at 0 preference points. From 1 preference point to 5 preference points, 235 of our 979 hunt codes are drawn out in that cohort in 1 to 5 preference points. So basically that means that at least 1 license was drawn out in that hunt code in that amount of preference points. And so not to get too caught up into the specific numbers, but the takeaway of what this is that 93% of our deer hunt codes are drawn with 5 or preference points or less. So those hunt codes, 93% are drawn out at 5 preference points or less. For elk, 94% of hunt codes are drawn out at 5 preference points or less. And for pronghorn, it's 83% of hunt codes are drawn out at 5 points or less. This is conversely, here's the same table, but this is for non-residents. You can see again, the majority of our hunt codes are getting drawn out at either very few preference points, less than 5, all the way into, you can see for choice 2 through 4 and secondary and leftover, that there's been a lot of opportunity for people to draw licenses in not only as a first choice, but choice 2 through 4 and our secondary and leftover as well. And so the takeaway from this is that 89% of our non-residents draw their deer tags with 5 preference points or less for their hunt codes, I'm sorry. And 95% of all hunt codes for elk for non-residents are drawn with 5 preference points or less. And 65% of all hunt codes for pronghorn are drawn with 5 preference points or less. So this is when it starts to get interesting into kind of the behavior of our hunting community and how they utilize, going back to what Commissioner Haskett was asking about preference points and how they utilize preference points. This is when it gets pretty interesting. And so this bar graph, you can, the red on this bar graph is preference point application at a first choice. So basically the red, what you're looking at is the hunters are applying for a preference point on their application as a first choice, versus the blue is hunters that are applying for a hunt code as their first choice in the draw. As you can see, as the number of preference points go up, the pre-draw, the number of points that they're going in with continues to change the way their behaviors react. And so the more preference points a hunter has, the more likely they start applying for a preference point as their first choice. And so there's a lot of numbers here that that are specific to these are applications in this table specifically for each one of them. But what I want you to take away from this is that The other graph that we have is a lot more consolidated, but what we see is that at the 3 preference points, residents really start to go to a 50-50 when applying for a preference point versus a hunt code as their first choice. So essentially, when we get to the 3 preference point mark, they're at about 50% of them are applying for a hunt code and 50% of them are applying for a preference point. After that, you start to see the increase of residents start to apply for preference points at a higher rate than they are applying for a hunt code. Again, this is at the first choice level, and this is for residents. For non-residents, this is the same table. Again, the red is the preference point only app for first choice, and the blue is the hunt code, putting a hunt code as their first choice to actually draw a license in our draw. And as you can see, they follow the same behavior. But what we notice is the takeaway is that at 1 preference point, 61% of non-residents begin applying for preference points as their first choice over hunt code as their first choice. And it continues to rise their preference to draw a preference point first over drawing a license. Does anybody have any questions specifically on kind of the behavior part of what hunters are doing with preference points and kind of the growth of utilizing first choice to gain preference points? All right, so kind of circling back, what this all comes down to is you guys have seen 2 pictures. You've seen a picture of the micro level at the individual GMU where we're seeing preference point creep in highly coveted hunt codes. And then you're seeing the rest of what's going on, that the majority of licenses are really drawn with 5 or fewer preference points, which means we have a lot of opportunity for our hunters to draw licenses. And what this is showing you, this is a map of the GMU boundaries in Colorado. And what this comes down to, and this is for elk, and this is a snapshot kind of bringing it all back together, is that GMUs 1, 2, 10, 201, 40, 61, and 76 that are highlighted in red are really what is causing the focus on preference point concerns for elk. And I'm talking specifically for elk on this one, that more likely than not, if a hunter is accumulating a lot of preference points for elk, they are often chasing one of these units. And when they're chasing a lot of hunters are chasing these units that we have very little quota for. It just means that the demand is so much higher than the supply, which makes those preference points go up. And so a lot of what we see is that people are chasing these highly coveted licenses, and what's showing a lot of preference point creep, when in reality, for a lot of your hunters drawing a cow tag, for drawing a opportunity bull hunt, an opportunity buck hunt, et cetera, are drawing their licenses pretty regularly and pretty predictable. Before I move on to kind of some of the things that we're looking at and some of the things that have been tried in the past, I want to make sure there's no questions related to what was presented for kind of the big picture of what preference points are looking like. Nothing in the chat. All right, so a lot of you guys have probably heard about preference point banking. You know, this is something that we have found in our focus groups, and we hear from the public that have high interest in preference point banking. And what this is a system where an applicant may use a portion of their accumulated preference points to draw a limited license. The remainder of their points can be then saved, or what we call banked, to put towards future hunts. Some of the ramifications to lower and middle point hunt codes, the banking system may increase preference point creep in lower and middle point hunt codes. This is because applicants with a high number of points could draw licenses every year for many years that might displace others who are not banking points. So stipulating a minimum number of points to be used per license drawn could reduce the impact on banking would have on these lower points. So some of you may recall or may know that we actually had tried this in 2006, and we'd only done it for 1 year. We allowed for, it was implemented for 1 year in 2006. And again, it's come up again over the years for interest from the public. And I know some commissioners have had interest in preference point banking as well. So some possible considerations, like I said before, is to establish a point penalty for banking to protect the lower hunt codes from point creep. And so the idea is we're really just trying to make sure that we don't create another issue for more preference point creep by allowing banking. So some of the pros and cons kind of broken out for you is that the pros, hunters with a lot of points can now choose to stop chasing a highest point licenses and instead draw licenses that require fewer points. This allows for our max point holders to now come out of the game and actually utilize their points for a hunt, and may increase more opportunities for others that may be looking at higher point licenses. Hunters will not lose all of their preference points, so they can go on multiple lower points in consecutive years. So somebody could have a lot of points and maybe they wanted to choose a hunt that only takes 4 or 5 preference points. They may be able to draw that tag 2 or 3 times based on the number of points that they have. So some of the cons is that preference point creep could occur in lower hunt codes where it currently does not exist. As I kind of stated before, as banking increases, the competition and demand for lower hunt codes could possibly increase. And we saw a little bit of that in 2006 when we instituted it for 1 year. In 2006, the previous programming was designed to charge 1 point plus the minimum points required for that hunt code. So basically you had the minimum number of points that you had to draw the license plus an additional point that you had to utilize if you were going to bank preference points to draw that license. But the minimum point requirement could dramatically change from year to year and cause some customers to use more preference points than they anticipated. And this is something that we saw in 2006. So say a hunter had 15 points and they applied for a hunt that took 8 preference points, hoping that they were going to bank the rest of their points for another hunt. Well, if a lot of other hunters that had a lot of points also put in for that same hunt, now the demand increased for that supply. And so some of those hunters that were predicting they were only going to use 8 points for that preference point or for that license, now all of a sudden use 10 or 11 or 12 preference points for that hunt. So they didn't anticipate what it was going to take, and that therefore were kind of frustrated that they were utilizing more points than they anticipated. So one of the cons kind of to it was that some hunt codes could lose predictability in the short or long term. So moving on to another thing that Commissioner Haskett. I see your hand raised, Commissioner Haskett.
You're muted.
Sorry.
No
I'm
problem.
talking and I'm muted. Thanks, Garrett.
You're welcome.
So as a lot of your graphs have showed, the predictability of hunt codes is pretty much gone over the last few years. They're continuing to rise anyway. So I don't think that's really a con anymore. But I do like the idea of using 1 point if you're going to bank and adding a point to that. I think those are great ideas. Thank you.
No, thank you. And that I think that kind of the idea is, as we continue to go out to the stakeholders and more focus groups and public outreach, we got to kind of look at, whether it's 1 preference point, 2 preference points, as far as, I don't want to call it a penalty, but like that will just try to help protect kind of the lower points, so that the opportunity hunters that are wanting to draw every year, every other year, can still have that opportunity. So trying to balance that the best we can. So I appreciate it.
I also want to add, I think if we do that, we need to put in there for 5 years, not just try it for like a year like we did last time, because I think you're going to see a big change in year 1, but I think after that it will change.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. And that's something that's been very highly discussed, and what we've been looking at internally even, is that we want to make sure that we do it long enough so we can actually see whether there's an effect there or not. So I appreciate that. So another thing that we have heard from the public and through focus groups is group averaging of preference points. And so at the beginning of my presentation, I talked about how Colorado currently does it with a group application. It's basically based on the lowest preference points in your group. So if you remember in my example, I said I had 12 preference points and 2 of my hunting partners only had 2 preference points. Well, if we applied together as a group, we would go in with 2 preference points essentially. And then if one drew, we all drew. But again, it was based on the lowest points in the group. So group averaging preference points a little bit different. This applies to group applications and which they can share points by averaging with friends or family. And so instead of it being based on the minimum number of points, it's based on the average of the entire group's preference points. And some of the pros of this is that this could be used for getting youth or new hunters out on hunts that take preference points, while at the same time giving high point holders the opportunity to use some of their points. And so this could just be a high point earner. This could be something like a grandfather wanting to go on a hunt with grandkids. I mean, the opportunities are there for some of our highest point holders to then utilize their points to benefit someone else. This could potentially help with preference point creep, or at least try to help get some of our highest point holders that may be chasing a unit they may never catch, to be able to give them another opportunity to hunt or to share in a hunt with their friends or family. Some of the cons with this is that this might encourage people to keep buying points regardless of their age or intention to hunt, which can maybe compound preference point creep. This could potentially lead to commercialization of preference points. Basically, people starting to buy preference points for other people so that their average may go up. Groups with financial capability to purchase new group members' preference points to improve their average would have a competitive advantage over groups that do not have the same financial capability. And so again, this allows people to have as many people as they want within a group to have preference points in which they would average with. And so, and then some of the hunt codes could lose predictability in the short and long term, again, but based on maybe large point earners using some of their points for someone that doesn't have preference points for maybe a middle of the road hunt, will give opportunity for others, and also remove the opportunity for others that had the predicted thought that they were going to draw that license. So these are just like high level potential pros and cons. I know there's some other states that Danielle Eisenhart had done a little research. Some other states currently do this. And from what it is that I understand, or we understand, is that they are happy with it. We haven't heard any, I mean, obviously they talked about some of the pros and cons, but nothing to which they were unhappy with the opportunity that was given. So with that, before I actually ask for any more questions, I really do want to take this time to acknowledge the group that worked on this. This internal preference point and allocation internal team has been working very hard on not only these presentations and getting data, but doing our outreach to the public, and to make sure we're being the most thoughtful we can on such a topic that we got more interest on this, in this process so far, with thousands of hunters submitting comments on. So this is near and dear to the hunting community for sure. And so I want to thank the staff that has worked on this, and for the people in the background, Devin Adams for all the work she does, Sherry Hewer for the data points and staying up late last night with me trying to make sure everything was correct. And then one last special shout out to Administrative Assistant Braxton Purcell, who behind the scenes has really been created most of this presentation, has been spending countless hours looking at data, creating charts, graphs, and everything. And so a lot of this couldn't be possible without the people that you don't get to see on here today. So sorry for taking time, Chair Hauser, but I just want to thank my staff.
Perfectly appropriate acknowledgements. Thank you so much for that. Nice job, Garrett. Other questions, comments? Probably the topic we hear as much about, more about than anything. So are there any other questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, I think we move on to John.
There we go. All right, can everyone hear me?
We can.
Thank you, Dion. Okay, my name is John Frenno. I'm the limited license draw coordinator for the state. I am here today to talk a little bit about our current hybrid draw and how that differs or is similar to split draws that are used in states that are around ours and some on the East Coast, West Coast, all of that. So I thought the first we would do, if I can, there we go, is we'll kick this off with our current hybrid draw, kind of a follow-up of what it is, what it consists of, and then we will go through on how the actual draw handles hybrid. That is one of the main things that I get every year, is the most confusing to people is where does the hybrid go? Where does it come out? Why are the numbers not making sense? So we'll run through that real quick. But basically our hybrid draw is a draw portion that was created to increase opportunity to hunt. It's still based off that 2007, 2008, and 2009 draw years. So all of the hunt codes that required 10 or more points on those for those 3 years are added to our hybrid draw. So they're eligible for a hybrid draw. It is eligible for deer, elk, pronghorn, and bear. But we do have to note that bear did not have any eligible hunt codes within those 3 years. So they have no eligible hunt codes now. You have to have 5 or more preference points to qualify for the hybrid draw, and group applications do not go through our hybrid draw. So as you'll see on the right-hand side of the screen here, I've chosen an either sex elk tag or lice unit, either sex elk unit, unit 2 for archery. We have a total quota of 10. If you look in the green box, you'll see our LPP pullouts, our non-resident cap, and our hybrid pullouts. So jumping to the next slide here. Real quick here. This link or down here on the bottom is the link to all of our statistics pages. It's been gone over a couple times, but these really are amazing. And we get tremendous amounts of feedback on how helpful it is for our customers to use these and track how, when they draw, how many points they're being used. They use them for everything, which is absolutely amazing. We're actually going to go through an entire sheet. I've just broken it into different pieces since the data is so big. In addition, one of the things that was asked that I put on here is if you are looking in our regulations, nowhere in our regulations do we actually say hybrid draw. It is just what we call it. But the regulation that I have on screen here is actually what is defined as our hybrid draw. But don't try to search for it in our regs as hybrid draw. You won't find it. So we'll jump to this next one here. This is the bottom part of our statistics page. So it's going to go in and out here a little bit, but I think it's the best way to demonstrate where each of this is coming from. So that's the same hunt code that we had before. We start out with the LPP restricted and the LPP unrestricted. So that's a 10% and a 10%. So 10% of 10 total quota is 1, 10% of 10 total quota is 1. When we jump back onto here, you'll see on the left-hand side, the top box on the unrestricted went to an 11 point. The bottom purple box is there's 2 applicants at 3 points. If you go on to the right side, you'll see our 11-point applicant drew and one of our 3-point applicants drew. So that has pulled that 2 quota away. This is how our draw thinks as it goes along. Then as we jump back, the next up is this cyan box. Now this cyan box, it's a little hard to explain it visually like this, but basically this cyan box is our general or regular draw quota. So to get this, we take the total quota, which is 10. We subtract out the 2 LPPs that we had. So we subtract 2 out of that. That gives us 8. And then we also pull out and set aside the hybrid draw quota. So right now we have 8. Hybrid draw is 20%. 20% of 8 is 1.6. The hybrid draw is an up to, not to go over. So we round down. So the total amount of hybrid draw that can come out of this hunt code is 1. So dropping back onto our stats page, you'll see the first one to draw is this non-resident. Now, this is important because this non-resident actually fulfills our non-resident quota as well, our allocation. So there will be no more non-residents that draw in this hunt code. Next up, you're going to be looking is the 26, 24, and 23. We have 126 resident that draws, 124 resident that draw, and 423 point resident that draw. This is what we call our regular quota or our general public quota, either one. But this is basically the regular draw, just like every other hunt code runs. Highest point wins, we go down, so forth. What comes in next is our hybrid draw. So you'll see our 20% one drawn here. This red box denotes everyone that qualifies for our hybrid draw. The one thing I do want to point out, the 23 point level on 8, we don't have 8 that are qualifying. We only have 4 because 4 people have already drawn. But for the most part, all the rest of them qualify. So it's anybody that has 5 or more points. Our draw takes all of these people, all of these applicants, sets all of their preference point level to 5, and then puts them in a random draw. So they go through again in that random draw with their points set at 5 in a big cluster. And then that's how we get our hybrid draw. So you'll see on the right side here, the little red box that just appeared is a 7-point draw. We have one person that drew it. We had one hybrid draw that could be drawn. So that 7-point applicant did draw successfully, and it came out of the hybrid draw. At this point, we have run out of quota associated to this hunt code. So, whoops, wrong button. We had 10 to begin with. We pulled 2 out for LPP. We pulled 7 out for our general public or our general quota, and we pulled out 1 for our hybrid draw. So this is how our hybrid draw works for all of them. Just an overview. Real quick, any questions on this? Did I go too fast, or you like me to go back and explain anything? Okay. So I do have to apologize. I threw this together real quick during lunch, and I don't remember which commissioner asked for it, but there was some talk about our hybrid and how many licenses that we actually issue to our hybrid. So these are all of our hybrid hunt codes for deer, elk, and pronghorn from 2022. You have the total quota that was assigned to each of those hunt codes, and then how many hybrid licenses came out of them. As you'll see down here, your total elk. So while we give 20% of each hunt code, so up to 20% of each hunt code hybrid quota, we're really only issuing 12.5% for elk overall. And this becomes in because how allocation is set or quota levels are set. If you see up here on deer, you have a 5 as a total quota. Well, that only gets you 1 hybrid license. Anything under 5 gets you 0 hybrid licenses. Anything up to 10 still gets you 1 hybrid license. The issue with 10 is once that hunt code hits 10, it actually becomes eligible for LPP as well. So when LPP comes in, it takes at least 2 out of those, 10 and 10, or depending on what part of the state we're in, it could be a little more. And then our hybrid draw drops down again, rolls back down to the 1. So most, well, I guess I won't say most, a lot of them, even though they are hybrid draw licenses, do not have enough quota in them to qualify for our hybrid draw. You'll also see, which I find interesting, is this DM103L1R has 30 quota in it, but has 0 licenses that went to hybrid this year. Now that one is not a mistake. We actually checked it several times to make sure, but it actually turned out that we did not have enough applications in that hunt code to make hybrid. So this hunt code drew out at 0 points for residents. And I believe it was 1 point for non-resident and 2 points for youth, but I'd have to go back and look at that one. But we literally did not have enough applicants in it to even get to the hybrid draw quota. So it just went to a straight draw. But you'll see elk is roughly 12.5%, deer is about 10.5%, and then pronghorn, which by far has the most quota associated to these hunts, is almost at 15%. So did this help the questions that we had from the previous presentations? Okay.
I don't recall whose that was. I think it might have been Dallas. So
I believe it was, but I didn't want to miss.
Dallas, a thumbs up. Okay, we'll soon.
Sounds good. I'll keep going. Thank you. All right. So one of the big things that we would like the commission to take away from this is what is a split draw and how is it related to our hybrid draw? Essentially, we could use them interchangeably. We named ours hybrid draw, but there's basically three main differences between our hybrid draw and other states' split draws. Our hybrid draw is a limited amount of applicants that qualify. So ours is 5 or more preference points. Most of our other states do not have limited amounts that they move that to. It's either everybody qualifies for it, or they'll have 90% of the people qualify depending on the state that they're there. Ours is limited to specific hunts, those hunts that I just showed you in the last slide. Most of the other split draws that we have are actually apply to all hunt codes within that year or most of the hunt codes within that year. There may be a couple of them that the states will pull out for specific reasons, but for the most part, it'll run on all of those hunt codes for that year. Ours is a 20% quota allocation. For other states, we have various percentages. And we'll get into that in the next couple slides. Pull together a couple of the mainstream split draws that we had so that you'll see it. But what I want to point out to this is if it comes up when people are talking about split draws, we really need to make sure that we understand what split draw they're talking about. There are multiple different ways that this goes. And quite frankly, the quota allocation by itself, the percentages of them can be from 1 to 1,000 different possibilities. So when we do pull split draws out, we need to make sure that everyone is on the same page and everyone understands exactly how these are going to come out. But one of our big ones that we have is a preference point and random draw. So this split draw is a percentage of the total quota that goes to a highest preference point, just like we do, and a percentage of the quota that goes to a straight random draw. So it doesn't matter how many points you have, you're entered into it, and that's what you get. So for example, I used 50% and 50%. This is absolutely not what we have to do, and these numbers can change, but just as an easy one, that's what I used. So our total quota is still 10. We'd still pull the 2 out for LPP, so restricted and unrestricted. 4 total quota would go to our highest point preference point holders. 4 of the quota would go to a completely random draw that everyone for first choice that had applied is in. This one's fairly straightforward. It's basically a combination of our regular preference points and our desert sheep draw. So our desert sheep draw is a random draw, put them together, and this is pretty much this split draw. Just to reiterate, the percentages that I use are not anything that's pulled from anywhere. It's just an easy one that I used, so it was easy to demonstrate. The next one is a preference point versus bonus. A lot of states call these bonus points, but it is a percentage of the total quota that goes to the highest preference point, exactly the same as the last one. The next one is a percentage of the total quota that goes to bonus points or names in the hat. So if you had 5 bonus points, your name would actually go into the hat 5 times. You'd have a better chance of drawing than, say, someone that had 1 point that only had 1 name in the hat. This one honestly pretty much works exactly like the other one with vastly different consequences. So on this one, it is essentially, for lack of a better term, combining a, say, goat draw and our regular draw, where the other one is our desert sheep draw. This one would be like a goat draw or a weighted draw, where you have more points, you have a better chance of drawing, minus the last one where it was just a completely random draw. So these are the 2 possibilities that have come up over and over again that in our outreaches and stuff of that sort that have come up. Questions on them, they're pretty easy. But Commissioner Haskett, I see your hands up.
So maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but on the split draw possibilities, what we have in front of us is not what we do for sheep, goat, and moose. Is that right?
It is technically not. No, it is it is close, but no, it is not technically not. No.
Why don't we do this? Like you're presenting here. I hear a lot of people who are upset at the way it works now because there's some special, like it was explained to me once, but I don't know how to explain it to anybody else. This would be a lot simpler, and I think people could understand it a lot more. But they say we get the same result, but I don't really know that.
Yeah. So for that one, Terrestrial actually did a deep dive on it, and I'll let Sherry jump in if I'm incorrect, but I believe it is almost identical to how we do it. The one thing that we wanted to do way back when they were putting this together was ensure that there was no way of favoritism, basically. So the way that we run these is absolutely with our inversion conversion weighted points. There is no way that if you apply at the beginning or apply at the end that you get any kind of benefit to it. I believe that is the reason behind it. But I honestly couldn't tell you exactly what they were thinking back then. Matt, do you know?
I don't know the history on this, John, but we did do that analysis, and the bonus draw system that other states use mirrored was the same function the same way as our weighted point system that we use for sheep, goat, and moose. The split draw is a little bit different though, because it's splitting half the quota, or not half, but a proportion of the quota in the preference points, and then another proportion into bonus or random, as John was presenting before.
Okay, that makes sense.
Thank you, Matt. Commissioner Askett, like I said, I apologize. I don't know all of the background to that. I believe that is the question, but I will definitely look into that after this meeting, and I will get you a message onto why it was set up that way it was. All right. Any other questions so far? Okay. Just to reiterate, I do not know if the split draw will even be something that shows up for consideration. I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that our split draws are different than our hybrid draws. While they are similar, there are specifics that we may need to make sure that everybody is on board with when we do that, or if we do that. The other thing, the next that we wanted to take is perceived pros and cons of both our hybrid draw and a split draw. Now I say perceived pros and cons because it really matters what side of the aisle that you're on. If you are on the lower point side of it, these hybrid and split draws are great because they give you the opportunity to draw a higher point license without having to wait the 30 years or 25 years that we have. If you're on the higher end point of it, where you have those 25 points and you're only a couple of years away, your pro or the lower point pros may be cons for you. So it really depends on which side that you're looking at. But the pros that I have heard is that it allows for youth and new customers to draw something that they may never draw in their lifetime due to our point creep and so on and so forth that we're looking at. We also have heard that it allows an opportunity to draw with preference points. So having the highest preference points, along with a second opportunity to draw in that random drawing. Since if you, so for example, on this one, when we looked back, we had that 4 and 4. We had 8 total applicants. Only 4 of them drew, but 4 of them went back in for that second drawing. So they still had an opportunity to pull it in the hybrid draw. And we also have heard that it at least retains predictability to a degree. So it retains predictability more so than say like banking would at this point that we know of. But like I said, these are all perceived pros and cons depending on what side of the aisle you're on. Some of the cons, most popular cons that we have heard is it takes away perceived opportunity for customers that have those highest points, and that it complicates processes. So it's either explaining to customers what this process is, how it works, programming our systems to actually do it, programming our systems to update if we wanted to update each of the hunt codes, or how many preference points it took within a 3-year average. If we wanted to update the 5 preference points that it takes to qualify, it all becomes more complicated as we go along. And then on top of that, once we get it programmed, we have to maintain it for years to come. So if we change systems like we have seen with iPause, that we're trying to move more and more into iPause, iPause does things a lot differently than we do. So that also complicates the process. Like I said, all perceived on where you sit. But any questions on this or anything to add? All right. That is pretty much going to end my draw. The only thing that we wanted to reiterate to the commission is change takes time. It may be we change this very simple thing and it's going to take us a couple weeks to do, all the way down to if we have to reprogram the draw, we have multiple years of programming that we have to do. And we have to make sure that Aspira is on board and able to do it. We have to coordinate with OIT to get them to be able to do it. We have to have time for testing. We have to have proofing time, and it all takes time. So one of the big overall things that we really need to remember about this whole process is anything is possible. I will never sit up here and tell you that, oh, absolutely not. It just takes time. So it may take longer than we would like, but we will absolutely try to get it done as soon as we can for the commission. After that, I have questions. So I appreciate everybody jumping in as we've been going, but any other questions that we've missed? All right. I will give it back over to Matt then.
Thank you, John. So the last presentation of the day is answering questions that the commission had in several of the previous commission meetings. It's questions that the public raises. It regards what happens with revenue when we make some of these changes. And we did simulations at Sherry Hewer will introduce to you, give a little bit of the background to understand the different simulations we ran. This is a very fascinating presentation, so I hope you're ready for it. Take it away, Sherry.
Thanks, Matt. Is everybody seeing my presentation?
We can.
Great. So good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and everyone tuning in online. I'm Sherry Hewer. I'm a terrestrial data analyst here at CPW. Today, I'm going to present the results of a financial analysis that Devin Adams and I conducted to estimate the financial implications of potential license distribution changes. Devin is on the call today. She is our iPause administrator and data analyst. So we conducted draw simulations analyses to estimate the effects of 3 potential changes to our current license distribution system. We looked at adjusting non-resident caps, updating the list of 80/20 hunt codes, and limiting over-the-counter archery elk licenses. All of the analyses that we did are based on the 2021 applicant draw and OTC license data. And in each one of these analyses, we applied soft caps, just as our current system does. So soft caps were addressed earlier this morning. But basically, what a soft cap does is if there's not enough non-resident applicants for a particular hunt code, residents can draw the excess licenses allocated to non-residents and vice versa. So basically, soft caps maximize the number of licenses that can be drawn by leaving no extra licenses on the table. So these are 3 distinct analyses that we conducted. So just for clarity, I'm going to present each one separately. We can talk at the end of the presentation about how we would combine the effects of several of these as decisions are made. So as Matt mentioned earlier this morning, we've heard from the public that resident hunters would like to draw more licenses, that resident hunters are concerned that non-resident hunters are allocated licenses at a higher rate in Colorado than in other Western states, and a concern about the number of preference points it takes to draw high point licenses keeps increasing. So these concerns could be addressed by adjusting non-resident caps. So currently, non-resident caps are applied to all deer and elk hunt codes that go through the draw, except for ranching for wildlife and PLO hunt codes. The caps are set at 35% for all hunt codes, except for those 80-20 hunt codes that were discussed earlier this morning. And once again, 80-20 hunt codes are hunt codes that required 6 or more preference points for a resident adult to draw on average from 2007 to 2009. So in this analysis, we took status quo as our baseline, and then we analyzed several different scenarios. So so status quo, just to remind you, is 35% or 20% non-resident caps for deer and elk, no caps currently for pronghorn and bear. We compared that to a draw with a straight 35 non-resident allocation. In other words, a draw in which all of the 80-20 hunt codes would have a 35 non-resident cap applied instead of the 20%. So getting rid of those 80-20 hunt codes. Similarly, we simulated the draws in which we applied a straight 25% and a straight 20% non-resident cap. We also simulated a draw in which a straight 35, 25, and 20% non-resident caps were applied to pronghorn and bear hunt codes also. So in these simulations, we use the application and draw result data from 2021, as I mentioned earlier. We focused this analysis on only those things that would be affected by a change in the non-resident cap. So basically, we were trying to crystallize this analysis down to just what would change, removing all the noise from other licensing streams. So we considered only the hunt codes with a non-resident cap during the first choice of the primary draw. And here's a summary of the results, comparing the status quo to a straight 35, 25, and 20% non-resident caps for deer and elk hunt codes only. So these first 3 rows show the number of licenses drawn by resident, non-residents, and the total licenses drawn under each scenario. So you'll notice here that the total number of licenses drawn does not change. When we change the non-resident caps, what we're doing is we're shifting licenses from residents to non-residents or vice versa, because once again, we're using a soft cap. So the total number of licenses drawn is going to stay the same. There's just going to be shifts between the resident and non-resident rows. Since non-resident licenses are more expensive than resident licenses, you'll see a change in the revenue based on those changes. So if we look at, the bottom 2 rows here are the show the results from revenue from these licenses and the difference in that revenue from the status quo. So if you compare the status quo to a straight 35% non-resident cap, you see that 130 licenses shifted from residents to non-residents. That's because the non-residents were no longer capped at 20% for all of those 80-20 hunt codes. So the non-residents drew more licenses. So since non-resident licenses are more expensive than resident licenses, the result was $71,000 more dollars than under the status quo. When you move over to the 25% non-resident cap, you see that approximately 3,000 licenses shifted from non-residents to residents because they were capped, leading to a loss of 1.4 million. And then under a straight 20% non-resident cap, approximately 5,000 licenses shifted from non-residents to residents, leading to a $2.3 million loss. So we conducted a similar analysis in which we did the analysis that we just did, and then we also looked at what would happen if we included bear and pronghorn in those non-resident caps, in those 80-20, if we applied non-resident caps to pronghorn and bear also. Again, the total number of licenses sold doesn't change between the scenarios. What does change is just the ratio of resident to non-resident license holders. So the first green column again shows the status quo. What we have now, 35 or 20% non-resident caps for deer and elk, and no caps for bear or pronghorn. The second column shows what would happen if we applied a 35% cap to bear and pronghorn. So you'll notice there's not much difference. 30 licenses shifted from non-residents to residents. That's because there were 30 bear and pronghorn licenses that non-residents lost when they went from no cap to 35% cap. This scenario led to a loss of $5,000. So not much change. When we applied a straight 35% cap to all 4 species, 100 licenses shifted from residents to non-residents. This is because the non-residents drew more of the previously 80-20 licenses, leading to a revenue increase of $66,000. When we compare the status quo to the straight 25% cap, you'll see that 3,000 licenses shifted from non-residents to residents, leading to a $1.4 million loss. And similarly, at 20% cap, 5,000 licenses shifted from non-residents to residents, leading to a $2.3 million loss. So I'll pause right there. Any questions on that analysis before we move on to a discussion of the 80-20 hunt code analysis? Commissioner Haskett, I see your hand raised.
Thank you, Sherry. So I think a resident pay or a non-resident pays over 8 times what a resident pays for a license, but I also have a question of, so in these numbers, do you have any idea what the trickle down effect is to local economies if they were to lose that many hunters?
Yeah, this analysis doesn't include any kind of analysis of what happens to local economies. You know, I know that non-resident hunters usually bring more into local economies than resident hunters, just because they're staying and buying food in the local economy, where resident hunters maybe don't spend as much money that way. But I don't have any analysis on how local economies are affected.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Adams.
Sorry, yes, I actually put my question in the chat box, but basically I was just curious about if we had information from the focus groups that happened in phase 1 regarding an increase to the cost of licenses so that there could be more resident options. And so I was just kind of curious about if there was in that discussion a actual conversation around like how much would they be willing to pay, or just, you know, more information about that offset.
Yeah, I don't have any information on that either. I guess I'll defer to Matt or some other people who were involved in those working groups to jump in if they have any additional information.
I saw Katie turn on. Did you want to say something before I jumped in?
Sure. Yeah, I could just say we did our big game attitude survey. We didn't specifically ask about people's willingness to pay more. It was something that came up during the focus groups. And there did seem to be a lot of residents who said they would be willing to pay more. That is something that we would have to go back to the General Assembly about. You know, those prices are set in statute, other than the commission can make adjustments with inflation. But so I don't have specific numbers in terms of people's willingness to pay more, but you know, in a general conversation, there were residents who said that they would be willing to pay more for sort of these increases in opportunity.
Okay, and that's what I also heard at the Sports Persons Expo a few months ago, as well as the cattlemen's. I was also curious. I mean, I just asked that because again, I think it would be helpful if we could, you know, have a range of what they could anticipate the increase would be to meet that gap in funding that comes from non-residents. I just would love to be able to put a stronger number to that. But thank you very much. And it is helpful to know that the focus group did elicit an interest in increasing those fees to have access for more resident licenses. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Haskett.
So I'm not sure if I remember this correctly, but I think we got $8 the last time with the Future Generations Act. And I think it was 15 years before the last change. So it took us 15 years to get an $8 increase in residents. Is that right? Because we have to go in front of the legislature?
Yeah, again, I'm going to have to defer to someone who was involved in that group. Katie.
I'm sure. Yeah, Commissioner is right that, you know, it took quite a while. I'm trying to remember the exact number of years as well. I think it was something like 12 years between when we were able to get fee increases. So yeah, there's certainly no guarantees that if it was something that we needed to go back to the General Assembly to do, that we would be able to get immediate action. You know, that said, I think if stakeholders were proponents of that, that would certainly, you know, perhaps help with legislators, but you know, no guarantees there.
Okay, thank you, Katie.
Okay, if there are no other questions, moving on to the second analysis that we did, we looked at the effects of updating the list of 80/20 hunt codes. Again, an 80/20 hunt code are those deer and elk hunt codes that required 6 or more preference points for a resident adult to draw, on average from 2007 to 2009. So for the 80/20 hunt codes, there is a 20% non-resident cap applied instead of the standard 35%. So what we've heard from the public is that the hunt codes on the 80/20 list were defined in 2009 or 10 and have not been updated since. And since that list was established, there have been a lot of changes to the preference points that are needed to draw these licenses. And there's also been a number of new licenses or new hunt codes that have been established. None of the newer hunt codes that have been established since then are on the list, regardless of how many preference points they currently require to draw. So in this analysis is only relevant if the commission decides to retain the 80/20 licenses. In the previous analysis, we looked at what would happen if we had straight 35, 25, and 20% non-resident caps. If you go with a straight non-resident cap, that would get rid of these 80/20 licenses altogether. But if the commission decides to retain these licenses, we looked at several different scenarios. So we compared the status quo to updating the preference points, the years that are used to calculate which hunt codes land in those on that 80/20 list. So what we did was we analyzed this data and updated those years from 2007 to 2009 to the most recent 3 years for which we have complete data, which would be 2019 to 2021. We also looked at what would happen if we increase the number of preference points needed to qualify to land on that list from the current 6 to 8 or 10. And we looked at what would happen if we added pronghorn and bear hunt codes to the list. In these simulations, we use the application and draw results again from 2021. We focus this analysis again on only those things that would be affected by the change in the caps. So we considered only hunt codes with a non-resident cap during the first choice of the primary draw. Again, that was done to remove noise from unaffected license distribution avenues. So this table shows the results. In the top table, the number of hunt codes that are currently on the 80/20 list and the number of hunt codes that would be on the list if we updated it is shown. The first column shows the total number of hunt codes in each species with a non-resident cap, or which would be available to have a non-resident cap applied to it. The second column shows how many of these hunt codes are currently on the 80/20 list. And as Zach went over earlier today, currently there are no pronghorn or bear hunt codes on the list. We have 12 deer and 24 elk, for a total of 36 hunt codes currently on the list. The third column shows how many hunt codes would be on the 80/20 list if we updated the years, but left the number of preference points required to qualify for that list at 6 points. So, and we looked at what would happen if we added in bear and pronghorn. So given all of those things, we would end up with 110 total hunt codes on the list. And then in columns 4 and 5, we looked at what would happen if we updated the years used to calculate, and we updated the number of preference points to 8 and 10. So again, so then we have the bottom table, which is basically the same information, except for instead of showing the number of hunt codes, I'm now showing the number of licenses in those hunt codes. So at status quo, currently we have 1,059 licenses that are in hunt codes to which the 80/20 is applied. If we updated the years only and left preference points at 6, we would end up with 3,224 licenses. And you can see if we updated to 8 preference points, we would end up with about 2,300 licenses in the list. And if we updated to 10, we would end up with about 1,300 licenses on the list. So this next slide shows the financial implications of that. Hunt codes on the 80/20 list are more restricted to non-residents than the 35% hunt codes. So the number of licenses on the 80/20 list, so as the number of licenses on the 80/20 list increase, the licenses will shift from non-residents to residents, leading to loss in revenue. So updating the calculation years for the 80/20 list alone would lead to a loss for deer and elk only, would lead to a loss of about $75,000. If we also include bear and pronghorn, that would lead to a loss of about $86,000. As the numbers of preference points required increases, the number of affected licenses would decrease, as I showed on the previous slide, as does the revenue loss. So once we get to 10 preference points, if the number of preference points was increased to 10, there would be a slight revenue gain in both scenarios, both for deer and elk only and for all 4 species together. So that's the results of the second analysis. Any questions or discussions on that? Commissioner Haskell, I saw your hand go up first.
Thank you. So is there anything that shows us what the actual preference point creep was for, like, so all of the units that are currently at the 6 preference points, do we have anything that shows us how many preference points it takes now to draw on those units?
I definitely have access to the data. I don't have it at my fingertips. But I could get it.
Yeah, that's something I would like to see, because I'm just curious, as we set all those at 6 back then. So if it was 6 then, what would it equal now in those units?
Okay.
I'd like to see that.
Okay. I'll do that analysis. And Commissioner Blecka?
Thank you. I was curious, are there any drawbacks to including pronghorn and bear hunt code units? Thanks.
And the drawbacks from a non-resident hunter's perspective would be they would have less access. From a resident perspective, though, that would be a positive. There would be the financial implications. The more hunt codes we add to the 80/20 list, the more negative impact it would have on revenue. Anybody else from my team have additional drawbacks?
Thank you.
I might add that one positive to adding bear and pronghorn is it adds simplicity to some of our regs and some of our draw processes. So just would mention that as another kind of positive to including those two species. Thanks.
Thanks, Danielle. I think some simplicity is always a goal when we can. Okay, if there are no more questions, then moving on to the last analysis that we did, over-the-counter archery elk. So currently there are two over-the-counter archery elk hunt codes in either sex and a female hunt code. What we heard from the public is that they're concerned about overcrowding, as Matt mentioned this morning, during these hunts. So we looked at what would happen if we limited these licenses. So in the analysis, what we simulated was setting up limited hunt codes to replace the over-the-counter hunt codes. And then we would set the license numbers at either 90% or 75% of the 2021 license sales. So we would reduce the number of licenses available from what was actually purchased in 2021. We don't have any data on how people would apply for these new licenses and this new hunt code. So for the purposes of the analysis, we assume that the people would apply similarly to how they bought licenses in 2021. In addition, we then applied the non-resident caps of 35%, 25%, and 20% for all the different scenarios. Again, the analysis was based on the 2021 data, and specifically the 2021 over-the-counter archery elk license sales. So again, a similar table with the results. In the top 3 rows, we're looking at the number of licenses that would be drawn by residents, non-residents, and total under each scenario. Again, what you'll notice is that the number of licenses sold under the 2 big scenarios would be the 10% license reduction and the 25% license reduction. The number of total licenses isn't going to change. It's just going to shift licenses between the residents and the non-residents column, potentially. So if you look at the 10% license reduction, what you'll notice if we look at just the 35% cap, there were licenses that so yeah, stepping back just a little bit, I'm trying to figure out the best way to explain this, because what you'll notice when you look at this is that if you look at all of the scenarios for all of the non-resident caps under the 10% license reduction, what you'll notice is that they're all the same. So that's not erroneous. It's just that given the number of resident and non-resident license holders in 2021, the distribution of licenses is not affected by the caps at this level. In order to get a shift, we would have to, in order to get a shift from non-residents to residents for the cow hunts, we would have to actually reduce the non-resident cap all the way down to 14% before we would see any movements of licenses from the non-residents to the residents. So I've presented all of these, but what you'll notice is that there is no difference under the 3 non-resident cap scenarios that we chose. But what this does show is that because what we're proposing would be a 10% reduction in licenses, there is a financial difference. So the bottom 2 lines here show the revenue and the difference from status quo for that revenue. And what you'll notice is with a 10% license reduction, it leads to a $2.2 or $2.3 million reduction in revenue. And with a 25% license reduction, it leads to a $5.6 million reduction in revenues. So it's a little confusing. It's just that the way that residents and non-residents bought licenses last year wouldn't be affected by those caps. So with that, that brings me to the end of the presentation, the end of our analyses. Like I said at the beginning, we analyzed the 3 different changes completely separately in order to be able to just analyze very clearly what would happen under each of those scenarios. As decisions are made and as we get clarity on how the commission wants to proceed, we can look at what kind of revenue impacts there would be if we start combining scenarios from all 3 of those analyses in different ways. So for now, I didn't make a combined analysis, but we can definitely do that as we get clarity on which direction the commission wants to take. So with that, any final questions?
Sherry, I wanted to piggyback on something that you just said. Hi, I'm Devin Adams. When you said that the numbers didn't change because that's how our customers bought licenses, I think that's really important, not just for the over-the-counter archery question, but throughout the draw as well. We can provide more opportunity. That doesn't necessarily mean that our customers will go for it. As Sherry demonstrated, a lot of times our numbers don't shift a whole lot, or sometimes they don't shift at all, just depending on what our residents and non-residents are applying for. And that also goes back to Garrett's discussion about preference points, is if people aren't applying for hunts, whether that be as first choice or second through fourth or in secondary draw, those licenses are still going to be available to the general public come out in August. So I think there's also a discussion of how do we look at this, not just holistically, but also hunt code by hunt code, and realize that some of the issues that we're hearing about, and Garrett really demonstrated that very well on that map, are really regulated to a minority of units and a minority of customers. And that the way that they apply really has a huge impact on how we can best provide additional opportunity.
Yeah, thanks, Evan. Commissioner Haskett, I saw your hand go up.
Well, thank you, Devin. That was very well put. I agree. I think a lot of residents are putting in for preference points, but because we have so many different opportunities with secondary draw, leftover draw, list PC licenses, that they are actually hunting, they're just putting in for preference points. So there's a whole lot of different ways to look at this, but I don't think that we're really limiting their options. It's how they're limiting their options. Thank you.
So we've come to the end of the presentations of the workshop, and this is an exciting opportunity. I know you're all excited. We can talk and discuss all these issues. We can get into whatever you want. You have us. We could also break early. We have a break scheduled on the agenda. If you wanted to stand up and stretch, we can do that and come back to discuss. We are here for you. What would you like to do?
I'm guessing to throw out a straw man that we might take like a 5-minute just stretch bio break and then power through and maybe get done a little early. And unless anyone would like to do something different. Okay. How does that sound, Matt?
That sounds great.
How about we take 7 minutes and come back? I see a couple of hands up or thumbs up. How about we come back at 2:30 and finish up? Okay, great. Thank you.
Are you ready, Madam Chair? Are you ready, Madam Chair?
Okay, Matt, you ready to continue?
Ready.
Okay, great.
Great. Thanks.
Welcome back, everyone. We've come to the end of the workshop presentations, and we're now considering time for the commission to ask questions and have additional discussion. And we welcome the opportunity to talk more about any of the issues we highlighted today. You could talk about direction moving forward. I know there were some suggestions carrying over from the last commission meeting about breaking this into pieces. Was anything unclear? We can go back, and my point is that we're here for you to help you learn.
Okay, we'll open it up. This is just our time to dialogue. First of all, I would just say, Matt, and to the entire team, great job. The images of pouring into glasses and everything else, I can only imagine how much time that took, and those were great representations. So thank you for pulling all that together to make it as easy as possible. I know this was something that's near and dear to Marie's, Commissioner Haskett's heart too. So glad we were able to pull it together and educate the rest of us that don't know quite as much as she does in her day-to-day life. So would certainly open it up to others who would benefit from a conversation so that we can prepare for what's to come on our agendas down the road. Marie, you've got yours off, your mute off.
I just want to thank all the staff too. You did a great job on preparing all this. It was a lot to pull together in a short time for something that you were hoping to postpone, but I'm glad that you did, and thank you.
Duke?
Yep. Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to the staff again. I was one of the very naive commissioners that does not fully understand this system, and still don't fully understand it, but I'm a lot farther ahead. So thanks very much. One note in particular from Garrett's presentation was how it seems like a lot of the unrest is coming from a very small number of units, which was an interesting note that I wasn't aware of, but definitely kind of shed some light and will help inform the decisions ahead. So.
Anyone else? Garrett, you're off mute. Did you want to respond to that, Commissioner Blecka?
Hi, thanks. I wanted to echo, the sentiments around the hard work put into the presentation. Also, I did find what the preference point conversation was very interesting. Just the reality when you put the numbers to it. And just as we look forward, I would just like to make the note that at the last segment, the analysis segment, they were asking for the opportunity to synthesize the three components, and I'm just going to say, like, I would look forward to that at some point in whatever capacity as we continue to gather and simulate information. So thank you.
Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you all very much. Sorry, one last comment. I think Marie asked it earlier too, but when we saw the analyzing slides of revenue loss, 5,000 at the most case, I think 5,000 fewer tags to out of state, what that meant to CPW. And I don't know how possible it would be, but if it was to see the numbers or the financial impact on the local communities, the outfitters, the restaurants, the hotels, fuel stations, anything like that, that might be a really tall ask, but that would be beneficial, I think. Thank you.
So in response to that, thank you, Commissioner Phillips. The amount of work that would take to do a holistic assessment of socioeconomic impact would be a substantial amount of time. We're talking many, many months for a professional consultant to do something like that. And we have used consultants in the past to do similar analyses. I do not think we have time to do that if we're going to be making decisions in the next 6 months. However, perhaps we could look back to some older reports and maybe even draw inferences from other states that may have similar analyses from such consultants. But if it's Colorado specific, I'm not sure we'll be able to have current inferences of that impact on the economic side.
Awesome. Thanks a bunch, Matt. I thought it might be long, but even just ballpark numbers or other state, just for some reference would be beneficial if it were easy. But I know you guys have a lot going on, so thank you.
Okay, I see Commissioner Adams' hand up and I see Commissioner May off mute. I don't know whether that means anything, Dallas, so come back to you if it does. Taisha?
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to echo everyone's comments around just the depth of the different conversations and topics and the ways that they braid into each other. I'm still trying to reconcile the question around just hunt codes that those preference points were decided in 08, 09, and just curious why we're not using more recent data. So that's just kind of one lingering question that I have. But I also just wanted to potentially lift up the Office of Tourism as a government, as an agency that might be able to support just providing some information on tourism from that perspective and give some more regional and local information. Again, they won't probably be able to disaggregate by outdoor recreation, hunting, but I think they could at the very least give us some data points that can help inform from that side of the house. Thank you.
Yeah, Gary, I do have a couple of comments. This is Dallas.
Okay, why don't you go and then we'll circle back to Commissioner Haskett.
Okay.
I did have a question in there, though.
Yeah, hold on, Dallas, just a second.
Okay.
I don't think that was a rhetorical question from Taisha. So sorry, I'm being a little more casual today because we're not in. I hope that's okay with everybody in first names. So responses or reactions to Commissioner Adams' questions. I'm not sure who would be the right person to comment. Danielle? Okay, go ahead, Danielle.
Commissioner Adams, so those 3-year averages are actually defined in our regulation. So as you heard in Zach's part of the presentation, the commission has taken up that discussion on updating those years or changing the allocation several times since then, but never actually made a vote to change those allocation percentages or those 3-year averages. So it is something that can be changed by the commission. It just needs to be approved by this body in regulation.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify, we do have the authority to update the grounding data point that we're currently using, which is 08, 09. And make that more recent. That is an authority that our commission has. Obviously, there are financial implications on that as well, because again, a lot of those areas have now significantly more preference points, which again, I think tends to favor non-residents. So looking forward to having continued conversation on that topic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go to Commissioner May and then Commissioner Haskett.
Thanks, Gary. My apologies too. I've had a pretty bad connection today, so I've missed a lot of information, and I look forward to going back over this again on the recordings. I probably have more questions now than I had before, but a couple of things that I wonder about. I do appreciate the fact that you're considering doing a rolling average on the years that are used for data. I think if we ever implemented that, it would become simpler if periodically we used a rolling average to update some of that information that was used. The other thing, I'm intrigued by banking, and my view of banking is that many people have spent a lifetime accumulating these points, and they've got an investment in time, an investment in resources that they have put into this. And a lot of situations I hear about and get emails about is people are not going to be able to capture the value they have in their points. And I'm trying to look into ways that we can help people who have got a huge investment to be able to capture value that they have over the years. And I understand that's not a real property interest, but I wonder what the possibilities are of us being able to come up with some way of the banking of the points. Because I noticed in one of the presentations, you know, one of the cons was it's a commercialization or possible commercialization of those points. But I don't see that as all bad, because in my view, that's a way for a person who's invested a lifetime in something to have an opportunity to pull that value back out, whether it's from them or transferring that value to the person. And so that's something I want to study much more about. But I can't tell you how much I appreciate being able to spend these hours of this, because the more I studied this, the more confused I got. So hearing from you and describing and explaining it now will allow me to open up some other avenues to study this. Thank you.
Maybe Matt, Garrick, do you have comments to Dallas's questions or comments first before we go to Marie?
Yeah, I'll go first.
Okay.
Okay. First, Commissioner May, great comments. First, on the rolling average, I just wanted to point out that if we go that way and update the 3-year average every single year, is going to affect predictability, because those hunt codes that are in the 80/20 would be shifting on an annual basis. So just for transparency, that will affect people's planning when they're trying to plan years out in advance. So keep that in mind. The commission may want to go down an annual update of the 3-year average. If that's the direction we take, it could be a 5-year freeze. Every 5 years with the big game season structure, we update it. There are many different ways we can tackle that one. And as far as banking, that's a great perspective to give out. I think the commercialization thoughts were more aligned with averaging. And then we are happy to talk more in detail with you, Commissioner May, but all the commissioners in follow up to this workshop and all the details here. Just rewatch this or think about some of the questions you may have. We're happy to return with answers. Go ahead, Garrett.
Yeah, Commissioner May, I think Matt got a lot of what I was going to say, but I think what that was referencing is to group averaging. Was a commercialization. And I don't know if you're talking in that you're interested in both or just banking, but the commercialization of the group averaging was kind of centered around the idea that we've also learned from other states that do it, is that like I can pay somebody to accumulate preference points for me so that my group average goes up. So it's not somebody that's invested the money and getting a value back out of it, like you're saying. It's basically monetizing the idea of that somebody else could get preference points for you, and you're paying for those preference points for somebody else to gain for you for your group. So I appreciate the aspect of where you're at with trying to give people the opportunity that do have a lot of investment in their preference points, and that's one of the great things about these two options. So thank you.
Garrett, I agree with you, and I know both aspects have merit, but you're right. I was thinking more along the lines of a person who has spent years and all of a sudden physically are unable to do what they had, was their lifetime goal, and being able to somehow compensate them or allow them to transfer those to the point where to somebody that they chose to give them to, rather than just trying in one fell swoop for something they didn't really want and then losing them. So all of those discussions, I'm glad that we're able to have. Thanks, Garrett.
Okay, Marie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple comments and questions, I guess. The commercialization part, that's happened to us no matter what we've done. It's happened with landowner vouchers, all kinds of things, and people are always going to find a way to do that. But I agree with what Commissioner May said. I mean, if you look at, so a non-resident that has 25 points probably has more than $10,000 invested. If you're a resident, you have $1,200 invested, maybe. That's a big difference, but they've also put in all that time and they come here and spend a lot of money. And we need to be fair to both of them. The finance part of it, I do have a little information that I've gotten here locally that could be shared, or we can do it at the next commission meeting about what comes in on the forest and the BLM in just a small portion of our state. Also, the SCORP report does have some finances in it about just what hunting brings to Colorado. Wouldn't be specific, but it could give some of the other commissioners some information on, you know, what kind of money we're looking at that comes into the state from hunting. Anyway, that's really all it, but thank you. You did a great job.
Okay, anything else? Oh, we have our entire team on this topic. Anything else the team didn't get to cover that you wanted to? Any other feedback in terms of format or otherwise? Yeah, Commissioner Adams.
Sorry, I just realized I had a question about, and again, this can be put on a parking lot, but with the passage of that Hunter Ed bill for 7th graders, I was just curious if we can have a conversation down the line around just the impacts of that increased potential on the youth program and the youth allocations. Again, not necessarily for this topic, but or this moment, but rather something that I see coming down the pike as many are starting to think about what those programs could look like. I imagine, again, getting families and communities involved, which could also, again, increase, you know, the number of resident hunters and youth and the youth hunting program specifically. So, thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure there was a question in that. It sounded like more of a comment. Okay, great. Okay, anything else? Commissioner Reading.
Thanks, Madam Commissioner. I just wanted to take the moment to echo what everyone else said and thank the staff for this incredible education I just received. I'm on that steep learning curve here. And I think I really learned a lot about how this works. It was baffling to me before this call. And I think I've kind of understood it actually, which is amazing in my mind. So thanks so much. And I'm interested in what the next steps are because I don't know.
Thank you, Commissioner Reading. I think this comes to us. We have some conversation in September, and then I don't know that we know exactly the next calendar item yet, but it will come back to us for sure. Commissioner Haskett.
I'm not sure that everybody's looking, but there's a couple comments in the chat, and one is about the averages for the 80-20 split areas, and then the other on Justin commented on the SCORP. So you might want to look at those if you haven't seen that.
And we can make sure maybe Laura to capture these, if there was a link or anything in these, just send them out afterwards so everybody has them. Okay. Anything else today? Yeah, Matt, go ahead.
As for next steps, what we're really looking at now is at some point considering some recommendations of alternatives to the status quo. If the commission wanted to make any kind of action for 2023, there are very few options that we can actually take at this point in the year. So that's in the last presentation we made at the last commission meeting, asking for more time. That was really because we see that there are very few things we can do at this point to implement for 2023. So if there is a change that you want right now, then we need to bring forward staff preferred alternatives in September. If we are not ready for that, then we will have a presentation of some kind probably, and I'm going to meet with Katie Lancher this week to discuss that, what would be on the agenda for September. But to meet rulemaking and implementation for the brochures and the program, whatever we need to, it's got to happen very quickly. Otherwise, nothing will get done for implementation until the 2024 hunting seasons.
Yeah, Commissioner Haskett, I thought you might have a comment on this. Go ahead. Yeah.
I feel like I'm the only one commenting most of the time.
I will in a moment, but always let everybody else weigh in first.
I think that we have to do something. I think that the residents are telling us that, the population or the legislature told us that last fall, and I think we have to move forward with something. What that is, I'm not really sure, but I guess I would like some options brought forward to us in September at maybe looking at the average on the 80-20 units, but I would like to see it with not just the current points, but bring everything up to what it would have been in 2007. So if it took 5 points in 2007 to draw an area, what does it take now, and kind of match those together. So the 8 points, 10 points, I'm not sure what that is. And maybe the preference point baking and group applications. I mean, you can bring it to us and we can do nothing, but at least if you bring it to us, we have an option. And was there another one in there that I'm missing? No,
I don't think so. So go ahead, Danielle. Wait, go ahead.
So thank you for the comments, Commissioner Haskett. We kind of recalled from the previous commission meeting that you had an interest in the group averaging and the banking and preference point topics. So we did reach out to both our internal Colorado OIT group as well as our vendor Aspira about the timeline for those changes. So to kind of get to Matt Eckert's point, neither one of those two changes we could implement in time for the 2023 season. You could still vote to approve those changes and have them implemented at a future date, but we would not be able to make the necessary changes to the systems for the draws in time for 2023. So I just wanted to provide that clarification for you. Thanks.
I think that's okay. I just think we need to show movement forward to the legislature and to the public. But on the 80-20 averaging, we could do that for 2023. Is that possible?
So far, the only one that we've been looking at that would be implementable by next hunting season would be updating those 3-year averages. We would have to go look at the specific other changes you're requesting. So I think I'm hearing you say like an 80-20 across the board for all 3 or all 4 species. Is that correct, Commissioner Haskett? So I can kind of reach out again to our vendors and OIT about that.
Yes, but updating the years to match what's currently happening also, not just adding all those units into the 80-20, looking at what those units would take now, or doing the 3 years versus the 3 years back then. Does that make sense?
So keeping a 65-35 and an 80-20, but updating the years and the preference point value for the 80-20?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Dallas?
The last time we looked
Yes,
at
sir.
this, we estimated it to be about a 2-point change. But we will have to relook at that because that was done over a year ago.
Thanks, Matt. Commissioner May.
Yeah, Carrie, thanks. I want to build on what Marie said, and I don't want the staff to have a heavier workload, and I'm not asking for that, but I think what Marie said was it would be profitable for us to have a discussion, even just an informational item on the agenda, that we could talk about some of these possibilities And I think it's important for us to show the public and the legislature that we are aware of this, we're concerned about it, and we're working on it. Not that I think we need to have anything done for 2023, but to lay the groundwork. And we all see how big of a project this is, and nobody wants to jump into it head first. So just the simple fact that we have a small informational item on the agenda, we can have a little bit of this presentation, ask a few questions, I think would be immensely profitable for the commission and for the public, and hopefully for the agency.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, waiting until something that goes into effect in 24 seems like, really long time. We've kind of kicked this can down the road. So, I think what I'm at least hearing, and this is not an official meeting, but would to bring back to us in September what's possible and the staff recommendations based on what you've heard and certainly what the public has, how the public has weighed in, unless there's any significant disagreement with that.
Gary, I'd have to say, and using your analogy of kicking the can down the road, to me, this is a can of worms. And
Yes,
I really
it is.
don't want to kick a can of worms down the road because we can't clean that up.
I agree. I mean, it already has been, so. Can or can of worms, either one. Okay, does staff feel like they have enough? There is a placeholder for this on the September agenda, so we can update that for the next iteration of that. And that's partly why the timing of today was important.
Staff
Okay.
has enough, I believe, to talk through what to bring in September.
Yep. Great. Okay, anything else? Any last words, any final thoughts before we don't have this forum? Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Now that we're at the conclusion here, I just wanted to thank everyone here for their time and their concentration, but mostly to the amazing professionals that were working on this workshop and that I've been working with on this working group for the last year or more. This is the kind of thing that makes me extremely proud to be with CPW. And I'm always impressed by the people that are standing shoulder to shoulder with me, even if it's at midnight last night, finalizing things for today. So thank you all.
Well, thanks, Matt. I know this is also a little bit of a departure from sort of past sort of ways that the commission learns and understands these things. And this is a pretty significant part of our work. So know that there were some late night planning and last minute fine tuning to this. And I think we all recognize how much it takes just by virtue of the quality of the presentation and everything that you all put into it. So thank you to all of you for that time. I think it will very much benefit us as a commission. Anything else? Go to the order. Okay. All right. Well, we look forward to seeing what you bring to us in September, and look forward to seeing all of you in September in Craig. Laura's been sending out some information about all those activities and optional site visits and everything. So please pay attention to that so we can plan accordingly. And huge thanks to Commissioner Haskett for so much legwork on the Craig meeting, and certainly to Travis and the Northwest team as well. It is not a place that is super friendly to us from a technology and location standpoint for a variety of reasons. This time, the one big location that we had as an option pulled out the carpet and is renovating, and all the other ones have presented our IT team with some significant challenges. So it's been a lot of additional legwork to make that happen. But I also think it's important for the Northwest region to have us meet there. So we did everything we could not to move that meeting to another location. So thanks to everyone for the efforts you'll make to get to the far northwest corner. And thanks to Marie for all of your ripping up and down the road between Meeker and Craig the last few weeks. Okay, anything else? Okay, seeing none, again, thank you so much to the team. Appreciate it very much, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Thanks, everyone. See you in a couple weeks.
Okay, bye.